Mayor, you can start the meeting.
I can go.
Yeah.
All right. All right, I opened the study session, special study session of September 18th, 2024 at 12 p.m. All council members are in attendance. It's awesome.
Okay, thank you, council, for coming in on a Wednesday afternoon. A number of you already got lunch, but if you haven't, lunch is available over there. We have more beverages in the fridge in the conference room if you want something. Of what we have out. We'll take a couple breaks throughout the afternoon, give you an opportunity to stretch your legs. Public Works is going to handle 99% of this presentation. Cassandra and I will provide some additional clarifications or comments as necessary. This is a very complex budget because this is not just general fund, but it's also our utility fund. So there's a lot of crossover between all four of those funds and some of the expenditures. So what we've tried to do is really organize this in a way that rather than looking at each specific fund, looking at it as kind of a global level of how does all this, how does all the work and projects that are coming up, how are they funded by all four of those revenue streams? So I apologize, it's not going to be as probably clear as you're not looking at the funds, but it hopefully be more transparent of how everything relates. So with that, I'll turn it over to Michael and Colin.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming in on an afternoon. This will be a very enjoyable time for us to all be here, and I've been looking forward to this for quite a while. Always kind of said we would be able to talk about Public Works for hours if given the opportunity, and lo and behold, we've been given the opportunity. So I'm excited about that, and hopefully there is a lot of material to get through. We'll try to make it as interesting as we can. There's a lot of, I really enjoy Public Works and the work that we get to do. We'll get a little bit into it as we go, but it's really some very impactful work that we get to do, and it's really rooted at the heart of what the city gets to participate in and provide to our community members, and it's really an exciting thing. I really enjoy being part of this thing, and I can't wait to share it all with you all. So I'm sorry, I get weepy.
Oh, no.
It's better you like it than like it or slide.
Go home and kick the dog.
I'm gonna hold.
It is impressive the amount of work that our staff is doing, and that's I think will be evident today.
And
Maybe not cry worthy, but it's okay.
we all get emotional at times. So starting off with our first slide, I know it's a slide, but it is a picture of our crews working at the wastewater treatment facility, and I can't remember if some people have seen this one, and some of you might not have, but there's a story behind it, and it's something that really makes you think about what we do on a regular basis. So there was a very, very small part of the wastewater treatment facility where our wastewater was coming into our aeration basins, which is one of the key parts of our facility for treatment. There was some significant corrosion occurring to where the area that you can see the two folks that are down at a lower working, that whole area was kind of corroding out. It also was an area where there was really no ability to turn valves on and off. Kind of had to be done with the flows that were coming in the plant. So our crews came in at 4 a.m. under some planned scheduled work because that was the low flow time of that was to get the least amount of flow coming into the plant, and they did this work to fix the corrosion issue. We could have contracted it out. This saved us a lot of funds. It also saved us a lot of time and effort getting a contractor out. I'm sure contractors do a great job all the time, but our people care very much about how their facility is run and how they get to live in the trenches and get that work done everybody coming in kind of in off hours and, weary-eyed, but really committed to getting the work done. So Public Works is a 24/7, 365 operation. When things need to happen, they need to happen, and they come and get it done. They do amazing work. So what we will cover, department overview, main functions, mandates, a little bit about budget impacts, fulfilling goals and council priorities. I'll be doing most of that part of the presentation. Our financial overview of maintenance and operations and equipment. That's primarily going to be Ryan Johnstone, and is our Deputy Public Works Director in charge of maintenance and operations and the wastewater treatment facility. And then we'll talk about construction projects, which it headed off to Elisa, our other Deputy Director and City Engineer. So talk about all the many construction projects, and you'll really be amazed with the amount of dollars associated with those, particularly this budget. A lot of our projects are very high value and into construction, something that we've been kind of anticipating for a number of years. Well, it all is kind of hitting right now. Pretty exciting stuff. And then we'll talk about difficult choices, staffing, and then any items for future consideration. My slides. So Public Works by fund, we have streets and sidewalks. And so you'll see what sort of revenue we have that contributes to each one of these. Our streets and sidewalks is more of a general fund item. It's Fund 320, as well as the M&O comes out of the general fund directly. We also receive revenue from development funds, traffic impact fees. Those are restricted to capacity improvements, grants, and a property tax set aside, which something that council decides to whether or not we want to set aside some funds for from our property tax, specifically for grant matches and also maintenance of our roadways, specifically dedicated. Then getting to our water fund, user fees, what typically are funding that, as well as development fees and grants. For sewer, we have some of those same things for our 402 sewer fund, user fees, SDCs, grants. There's also a portion that Bonnie Lake contributes to. I think you're all aware. They pay for a portion of the wastewater treatment plant operations, as there's a capacity split between Bonnie Lake and Sumner about ownership is there. They're 54% capacity ownership. We have a 46% capacity ownership. The city runs the entirety of the plant. They provide basically they pay for 54% of capital improvements, and then also usage based on what we have actual flow data that comes in. And then there's also the pre-treatment program that is a newer ad, but something that Bonnie Lake pays their fair share of that based on the number of users. That's still kind of in development at this point, but they pay their costs, we pay our costs for. So there's a Bonnie Lake revenue into the sewer fund, and then storm, which is user fees, SDCs, and grants as well. So those three are enterprise funds. They operate independently for the most part, independent of each other and also independent of the general. So we also look at Public Works by function. We think, not just in funds, but we also think about operations and maintenance. So those are staffing costs, routine maintenance. Sometimes that importance is overlooked, but boy, it comes in really handy when your water main breaks, your toilet is plugged up, and it's beyond your property line. Those are times where the city gets involved, and that's part of the 24/7, 365 operation. Equipment, we have one-time purchases that we'll be asking for and asked for in this budget cycle to assist with maintenance and operations. Many vehicles are in like the fleet replacement program. that are more just your standard vehicles, but most of the items and pieces of equipment that Public Works asks for is specialty equipment. Sometimes replacing specialty equipment, sometimes new equipment that adds capability or meets a need that we currently have a deficiency in. So that's why we're asking for those pieces of equipment. And then capital projects, like I mentioned, unusually high amount right now. They're very visible. A lot of grant funding and outside sources for many of those, especially the larger ones. So kind of broken down into those different types of functions as the Public Works. Now we're going to go through each one of those funds and we're going to talk about what the functions are of each one, and then also kind of the challenges. So one by one. The main functions of streets. We have kind of the operating function, which is keeping roads in good condition to serve public safety. Efforts funded here include routine maintenance, talking about filling potholes, applying an overlay, clearing snow, the things that we do on a regular basis. The things that we can do to keep the roads in good and serviceable to the public. We also, another function is safe and drivable streets, creating a designated pedestrian pathway to get pedestrians out of the roadway and installing curb bulb outs at crosswalks to have a clear delineation of parking, moving pedestrians closer to the roadway to increase visibility. So as you around here, you can definitely see what we've done to try to get pedestrians to be more visible when they are trying to cross the street and not hiding behind a parked car as they're stepping out into the roadway. Trying to find ways to make that a better experience for everyone. A walkable city. We're looking at filling sidewalk gaps and replacing outdated and non-compliant sidewalks and curb ramps to meet our current ADA standards, which is a federal requirement and also a great thing for our community. And then pedestrian safety, installation of enhancements at pedestrian crossings to bring awareness to drivers and replace damaged sidewalk panels due to our damaged street trees and other facilities that may have damaged the sidewalk over time. We definitely want to eliminate those potential hazards to pedestrians. So again, more of these functions include funding arterial corridors. So advancing roadway projects to improve Sumner's arterial corridors, the main streets through our city. Continuing to seek grant funding to support roadway improvements. Supporting highways, promoting the improvements to state highways to keep cut through traffic out of our residential areas, and upgrading intersections near highway interchanges to reduce traffic impacts. And then maintaining connections, looking at those sidewalk panels again and street tree damage. So these are kind of the main functions of our streets capital, which these are the more of the capital side of things. The first part was more of the maintenance and operations. But really looking at ways that we can continue to support our street network and even WashDOT's network to help them or encourage them to improve their facilities as well in the best way we can. Some of the mandates for streets include increased awareness of railroad crossing deficiencies. That would be just kind of one of those unfunded mandates. Every year, the Washington Utilities and Transportation Commission comes through, identifies whether we have signage deficiencies. A lot of times it's worn off plastic markings on the roadways that need to be improved. So we get defect notices for that. That's one of the many things we just have to take care of. Also, we have our ADA Title VI requirements for accessibility. And that's really a federal requirement, but it's handed down through WashDOT because WashDOT's required to administer that as well. We go to significant lengths to meet our Title VI requirement. That is a requirement to, if we don't meet that requirement, we're not able to obtain state and federal funding. So that is something we continue to make sure we safeguard, whether it's our ADA transition plan, where we look at how we're going to continue to upgrade efficient curb ramps. we come up with a report every year that talks about what we've done and how we're going to continue to improve the city to make it more accessible and compliant with ADA, which every community struggles with. The standards are very high to meet ADA requirements, and every city is basically on a plan to how we're going to figure out over a course of years or decades even to improve our roadways and sidewalk network. The goal is to keep moving forward. It's to not get stuck or go backward. So as long as there's forward movement, that's usually meeting the expectations of the federal government. Budget impacts for streets include, we did a review of our existing pavement preservation program, and we identified additional funds that are needed for chip seal projects if we want to continue on our funding cycle. We had a plan, and we'll talk more about the 15-year funding cycle, which was we're trying to chip seal all of our chip sealable roadways every 15 years. We'll learn a bit more about that later, but that was definitely a potential impact to the budget. Future opportunities to rely on developers for new roadway infrastructure. We don't have as much development. We've built out a lot of the city, which is great, but that means we have a lot of infrastructure to maintain. And we don't have a lot of new roadway infrastructure being, kind of given to us by developers as they're coming in. It still happens on occasion, but not like it was in the last 10, 20 years as the industrial area built out. So that we still have to find ways to keep those roads maintained without additional funding or development that's going on. Another item that is impacting the budget is deferred maintenance, something that has been an issue for quite many years. It's always easier to say we'll do it another time. We don't have funds for it now. Well, the longer you go, the more costly those roadway repairs are, and that's something we'll talk about with the Washington Street reconstruction, which you're familiar with from earlier in the year. But we'll get more into that. But definitely, it's an impact to our budget. How do we maintain our roads? Does our preservation program support our roadway network, and what, if not, what's the funding that's needed? Increased construction and consultant costs. That's kind of across the board. Everything's going up in this world, unfortunately. And then another item is unanticipated signal replacements. And we say unanticipated, but it's really more like unplanned. We just, historically, we have traffic signals out there, and we really haven't said, okay, well, in 20 years or 30 years, this thing's gonna fall apart and we need to fix it. That happened with Maidenwood. There was never a plan to fix that, and there was no fund or even upgrade funding for that over the years. And that essentially it became we need to do something because it's an obsolete piece of technology. So we're trying to accommodate that in what the budget we recommended is to provide some of those upgrades. We have some old equipment in some of our controller cabinets, and we're looking to do some significant purchases to get us into the 21st century, out of the 20th century. Fulfilling goals. So some of the documents that describe our goals is our transportation plan. That's part of the comp plan that you'll be seeing in the next few weeks. And then, so that's more of the 20-year look at our transportation in the city. And then a 6-year transportation improvement program, which we come out with every year. I'm sure you'll remember that presentation. But that is more of our shorter term, and really a document that describes the things that we find as important priorities to the city so that staff can go out with reckless abandon and try to get funding for those. It makes our granting agencies feel very secure when it has council stamp of approval that this is a project that council wants to have happen. And so that's what that really does for us. But those are our planning documents. And then examples, we have, reducing in terms of, these are examples of how we fulfill those goals. Reducing construction needs by maintaining existing roads. responding to expected safety, including, our ice and snow, potholes, sinkholes. We kind of talked about that a little bit. And also seeking out funding opportunities for complete street and pedestrian projects. So how does streets fulfill council priorities? Transportation's kind of the key, obviously, but we're looking at that effective transportation council priority, preserving existing assets, leveraging technology to create efficiencies, investing in existing infrastructure to create capacity and efficiency, and focusing on alternative transportation methods. We're right in the wheelhouse there. Also excellent government, leveraging partnerships for enhanced services and fiscally balanced mix of desired services. So definite ways that we that streets is supporting the council priority. Little pause. Does anybody have any questions or concerns on streets? Kind of the overview. Great. Moving on to water. So now we're going to go through each one of the other utilities. So our main functions for our water system is basically, we all know, provide safe drinking water. Taking continual steps to ensure our drinking water is in full compliance with state and federal regulations. Not just safe water quality, but water quantity as well. Reliable supply of water. Ensuring that supply is enough to fulfill consumption needs as well as fire suppression and other needs of the community. And then also we have secure water rights, which I know we've talked a little bit about water rights in the past, but this is a need for our water fund to secure some additional water rights so that not only for today, but into the future, be able to support the anticipated and planned growth of our community. So mandates for water. There's a Foster ruling, which was about almost getting closer to 10 years ago now. But that greatly changed the ability for us to mitigate our water use. This goes right back to water rights. We are part of a pilot project to help shape the future of water rights and mitigation, both statewide and also for our city specifically. But this is definitely a state mandate. There is some funding that we've been able to leverage, but it's still a need, and you could even say it. Our water rights became more restricted based on those rulings. So now we're having to account for those restrictions. Also, the EPA has required a lead service line inventory, which I'm happy to say, I think we hit the submit button on last week.
Yes.
So that was pretty fun to be able to meet a new federal mandate. But through the lead and copper rule, which pretty much came out of Flint, Michigan, and that whole debacle out there with their water system, systems nationwide needed to identify where lead pipes exist. So updated sampling requirements as well are coming out of the federal level. There's been a lot of discussion about PFAS as a, we've done testing in our water system to see if we have any of that PFAS detected, and right now we don't. But which is a good thing, but it doesn't mean that it's going to stay that way. Essentially, all the testing has gotten more and more detailed. And I think things that we're basically at a non-detect right now, but they've basically taken the detect level down, and they've been able to measure smaller and smaller amounts. And there's really a push right now on a federal and state level to reduce or almost have a zero number for microplastics in water, so in the drinking water. So
I test it all the time.
the PFAS testing was just kind of a one-time thing. I imagine it's going to be more cyclical. It's not going to be something that we're doing every week or every month, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get some requirements to do it either every couple of years or something like that until if there is something detected. There's other communities that have had it detected and it's very expensive to remove. So so far we've been fortunate and we will continue to monitor that, and we're very aware of the needs and importance of PFAS and the system. So no federal funding for that one for sure. But definitely a requirement that we're gonna have to meet if we get into that situation. Budget impacts. So increased construction, consultant materials, supply and repair costs, very similar to the streets. Also, we've got construction phases of projects, one of them being the Cherry Maple Utilities project, which is essentially an extension of the Town Center Utility and Wooner project that we did a lot of water main upgrades right in this area, including in City Hall itself. So we have those kind of larger projects planned for water, and then additional water rights acquisition. Fulfilling goals. Our planning document is unsurprisingly called the Water System Plan. But it is a plan that we generate every 10 years or so. Our last one was, I think, in 2020. To kind of lay out the entirety of the water system, and kind of show what sort of infrastructure we have, and then identify improvements needed over the next 20 years. So use that to inform our decisions and utility projects and needs. Examples of how we fulfill our goals are to things like building the Cherry Maple Utilities project. We have a North Take ladder replacement we'll talk about, and the South Take seismic retrofits. So there's some interesting projects there. I won't steal all of the thunder of all the exciting projects we have, but you know, completing, you know, I mean, just go on about them. It's coming. I know, it's hard to wait. I have a hard time waiting for it. So all of the.
It's nice to hear you're so excited about your work. That's fantastic.
I am excited about my work. So yeah, if you know, we have a lot of projects going to construction. Some of them are bigger, some of them are smaller, but they're all really important to help move our utility forward and continue to maintain our existing infrastructure. Another item that we're really into right now is watershed management and security improvements. We have how much you're aware of what we own as a city. We have a large watershed that we own, basically the hillside on the east side of the city. And we basically manage a forest is what I kind of like to think about. And we need to really focus on that. There was a fire, you know, in the past 5 years. Was not on our property, which is good, but it means that we should be aware of how we need to be maintaining that. So we've been talking about getting some, we've actually been partnering with Green River, thank you, to look at what we're doing in the forest. How are we doing best management practices in the area that we do own and maintain, you know, and that watershed is really, you know, we need to protect that for the water system, the water sources that we have below, but we still have to maintain the forest. Additionally, security improvements. It's a big forest and we have facilities throughout. We want to make sure that we are maintaining and making sure that we know what's going on in those. The security of our water supply is of utmost importance. We're also doing a lot of meter system upgrades. We're going from, we have some touch read meters before, but we're replacing all of those with radio reads in this, probably this year. Hopefully by the end of this year, we'll have most of that done, if not all of it. We have it all in the shops. We just are deploying them meter by meter. About 50 a month are getting switched out. And then also looking at doing a records audit, which we haven't done in a really long time, to make sure that we have all of the meters and all the people attached to them getting billed correctly. So that's going to be a big push.
Are those meters the property owners, or is it the city's meters, or
Meters are generally owned by the city, so
but is it for, your personal property, or is it just okay, it's not the city's management system that you're.
no, yeah, basically this is the meter that's in front of every single person's house or place of business, those sorts of meters. And yeah, we do right now, we have most of them are on a radio read system where you can our meter readers, instead of going in and opening every box and reading it, they're able to just drive by in a vehicle, and it picks up a lot of the information. We've got some outdated technology there that we're upgrading, and we're really excited to get that upgrade completed. But yeah, it's really everybody's meter in town. Also, we participate in a lot of shared projects, so things like the Washington Street reconstruction that we'll talk about. Stewart Road Bridge has a water main on it. The water department needs to pay for the relocation of that as part of that project. So there's basically these shared costs. And the White River restoration, the water fund will participate in part of that to get that mitigation as it's associated with the water rights. Water has clearly meets council priorities of natural resources, which include the clean and safe drinking water and protecting and enhancing rivers, streams, and fish habitat. Public safety, which includes emergency preparedness. Clearly, we're in disaster planning and also a key essential utility in the case of disaster and getting things back online. And then excellent government, equitable distribution of resources, and policy and practices that support business growth. Without our water system, businesses would not be able to operate. Very essential piece of our city and the services we provide. That's all for water at the moment. We'll talk about sewer next. So what is our sewer fund and what does it do? Our sewer fund deals with disposal of wastewater. This is customers using our utility to dispose and treat of their domestic strength wastewater. The utility serves our customers in both Sumner and in Bonnie Lake. It also provides for a clean environment. So we're taking that wastewater and our system safely and efficiently transports it through our gravity conveyance and lift station system. So through your pipes to the wastewater treatment facility where we receive that wastewater receives primary and secondary treatment before being discharged to the White River. Another function is this new pretreatment angle that we've talked about. So this is the industrial pretreatment program for all sewer users that contribute non-domestic wastewater into the sewer service area that contributes to our treatment facility, which would be us and Bonnie Lake. This program provides design review, permitting, and ongoing support and enforcement of those regulations in both cities. And a lot of that is due to our requirements from our NPDES permit. They said, you have to take this program over. Okay, great. And you have to manage the entirety of your sewer basin, everything coming to your treatment plant. So that's why we're extending our pretreatment program all the way to Bonnie Lake and having to work through that with them. So sewer mandates, new treated wastewater quality standards to protect aquatic life, including limits for PFOA and PFAS. We know these are coming. We know we're going to have requirements for PFAS, for aluminum, for copper, for nitrogen, and this 6 ppd quinone, which is like your tire dust. All of these are new or old identified pollutants that are known to have effects on the wildlife and environment downstream. And we are anticipating that we don't have that right now, but we are anticipating our next discharge permit through the state, which I think we're due in about 2026. We'll have some we'll likely have some discussion or restrictions based on these that we're gonna have to react to. So sewer definitely has a potential significant federal/state mandate coming that we are going to have to, that we'll be talking about it as we find out more. And maybe not as much for this biennium, but definitely for the next biennium, we'll start having to unpack what our needs are going to be and the timeframe of those. Also, the pretreatment program we already kind of talked about, that's definitely a mandate that we basically have taken on to, regulate non-domestic spent wastewater discharged from local businesses into the city collection system. Mandates we're dealing with. The budget impacts of sewer. New water quality standards are going to be included in that new permit. We just kind of talked about that, as well as the pretreatment program. And then ongoing equipment needs at the wastewater treatment facility. So that's where the money's going and where we see potential future financial needs. Yes.
So we have an agreement with Bonnie Lake, it's Bonnie Lake and Sumner, but what about, are there customers that are in the county that we serve? And how do they add into the budget?
We serve very few customers in the county right now. It's very limited. And so really Bonnie Lake is our main focus. We do have a surcharge for out of city customers. So that does kind of account for some of that. Our primary concern right now is kind of Sumner and Bonnie Lake, especially with the pretreatment, getting that stood up. But eventually we'll need to be considering, is there a small impact from outside of the city limits?
Okay, thank you.
So fulfilling goals. What kind of planning documents we have? Ooh, general sewer plan, real creative again. But also the capital facilities plan. That's where our plan is also mentioned and described a bit on what sort of goals we have. So those inform the needs that we have, and then kind of roll out to how do we fill those by operating a quality facility that reliably serves the public's needs. So the council priorities related to sewer include natural resources. High quality wastewater management is one of those tenets, and also protecting and enhancing rivers, streams, and fish habitat. Our treated sewage goes into the White River and downstream. So we're doing an important role in that process, and we'll continue to do so to make sure we have that pristine waters downstream. Public safety, emergency preparedness. We do a lot of talk about disaster planning at the treatment facility as well. It is in one of our more low-lying areas, and it's definitely subject to lahar. Potential for flooding. We have a flood wall around the entire facility, and there's a reason for that because it's needed in case we do have a larger flood event. So, and then there's talk about how do we get into the facility, how do we operate that facility during flooding events. We have there's a lot of planning that goes into that. Excellent government as well, equitable distribution of resources, and then policies and practices that support business growth. Sewage treatment is extremely important for our businesses and for residents alike. Thank you. All right.
Can I put 2 cents in for the sewer?
Yes.
So I don't know if the rest of council knows, but the sewer, this was, your presentation already brought it up. Shows the treatment plant, a lot of stuff, but the city shops do all the gravity stuff and the vacting stuff. So yeah, I know the presentation was what it was, but I mean, there's a lot of other things that are shared. Okay.
Yeah, you're right. Our operations department takes care of all the pipes leading up to either the treatment facility or our lift stations. Our wastewater treatment plant operators take care of lift station maintenance. So there's kind of some
There's
overlapping,
a lot of shared.
a lot of shared resources and coordination that happens between them, so that you know, the gravity pipes versus the lift stations, all get the attention that they need. So that's a division of labor thing for sure.
Yep.
So onto stormwater. Main functions of stormwater, our stormwater fund is to collect stormwater, also very creative, but very important. Operating and maintaining a system that collects standing water from streets, driveways, landscapes, etc., and returns it safely back into the environment. Infrastructure, this fund covers physical infrastructure like we have a number of storm ponds that we maintain, as well as ditches and culverts throughout the city. And then outreach, it also pays for essential outreach to work with businesses, construction, and also other potential polluters that help keep the system clean. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. So some of our mandates related to stormwater. We have our local source control program, which was a requirement of our last NPDES permit. To stand up a program that essentially provides assistance to all contributors that contribute to the stormwater system and ensure that the stormwater, that the water going down your storm pipes is safe and appropriate to discharge the collection system. We have one position on staff that's essentially exclusively meeting with businesses, walking through their facilities, trying to find the potential sources of pollution and make sure they have the appropriate facilities in place. And if not, how do we get those? And we're not talking about big, huge things. We're talking about, you know, a spill kit. We want to make sure people have the appropriate equipment in place so that if something happens, they have a few absorbent pads to throw down. If they're a auto business, if all of a sudden something tips over and starts leaking, and that it's not running into our storm system, because that's a high potential source of pollution that can be mitigated by a couple, about $20 worth of absorbent pads. So that's the kind of work that this local source control program does. Also, we have new requirements coming in our the current MS4 permit that was just issued, I think, last month, that will continue to be addressed into the new biennium. So, we have this permit that's required, that the city's required to hold, and as a permittee, and the state has, and basically is applying EPA standards to make sure that we don't violate the Clean Water Act, and that's what that permit's for. So budget impacts are the updated MS4 permit requirements and the local source control program. Yes.
What is MS4?
It is the municipal separate storm sewer system. And it's kind of just a nationwide acronym in the storm world. But yeah, but it means it's where all cities are required to have something in place.
Since you're defining acronyms, the one that I wasn't familiar with is the NPDES.
Perfect.
Discharge elimination system.
Thank you.
2020.
I looked it up.
Okay.
You didn't have to admit that.
I knew that. I knew that.
But it's basically EPA's way of saying you need a permit to do what you're doing. So. Good question. I tried to reduce my number of acronyms. Fulfilling goals. So what again, we have a plan for stormwater as well, our stormwater comprehensive plan. Another 10-year document that looks at all the things that we need to be planning for and improvements that we need to make to provide flood protection and all those things that we've been talking about. So we take our planning document, and the way that we know we're fulfilling our goals is if we're checking off the things off the list. Are we, whether it's adding facility, adding new catch basins in a part of town that doesn't have any, or are we, there's a couple places where we have some ill-placed storm lines that we're looking at relocating. And then also, also comes down to Salmon Creek and how we're maintaining and advocating for the environment along Salmon Creek and looking at maybe some of the culverts that are along there and how we can make them more fish passable. Those are the kind of goals that we have. Council priorities, how are those answered? It's protecting and so it's natural resources clearly. Protecting and enhancing rivers, streams, and fish habitat, effectively managing stormwater, environmentally conscious capital investments, and then excellent government, equitable distribution of resources and policies and practice that support business growth. I've heard in the past from businesses, well, what are you doing for me? Why am I paying all these storm fees? And it's sometimes harder to see, but at the same time, it's our White River Restoration Project. Those funds have been banked for to support that project, which essentially is, among other things, a large floodplain addition mitigation project to try to, offset some of the, the loss of floodplain that has happened over the years with development and business growth. And we're trying to make sure that those businesses are protected from future flooding by giving the water someplace to go that's not into their actual warehouses. And, also looking at emergency work as well, looking at places where we've put HESCO barriers in the past, which are basically big, huge sandbags that protect businesses from getting flooded. That are low-lying businesses where we don't have a levee in place temporarily, and also continuing to advocate with Pierce County for additional levee work along the river to protect a lot of those businesses. So it's really important. It's hard sometimes to see, but it's important to have our stormwater facility and ways that we're trying to reduce our flood risk in the city. So that's all about the funds. Then we're going to do a little bit of a reminder of the survey from a few weeks ago. Seemed like an apt time to hit on the public works parts of it. But so a little bit about these are the favorite things of Sumner. Saw in Carmen's slideshow a couple weeks ago. Right there, number 2 about the thing that people like about our city is walkable sidewalk system. That's something that Streets is supporting on a regular basis and advocating for. So definitely on this list of important things for the public. And then on the concerns list, traffic, which I kind of thought about and said, I don't know if anybody's ever not concerned about traffic. I was concerned about traffic on my way here this morning, and I was probably like 3 minutes late because it was not late, but it was later than I expected because there was one little stop. But is it Sumner traffic? Is it WashDOT traffic? Is it the traffic that they need to get home or to get to work? Most people just complain about traffic too. So I do. And I think everybody has some component there, but yeah, traffic also just not a popular thing. Definitely a concern though, and a very high priority, something that we've been working on for many years. We look at things like the Traffic Avenue Bridge that we advocated for and ended up completing with a lot of effort internally to add 2 lanes and remove a bottleneck in our city, even though it wasn't really our interchange. So we're doing that with future projects, but we've done that in the past as well. And we'll continue to do so because we know how important it is to this community. And then a little more survey reminder. So we'll start on the right. It talks about the total satisfied in terms of what people think of things. And on there are some of the highlights that we've already talked about. Quality and taste of the drinking water. Your ability to get to other places from Sumner. Kind of funny with the traffic, right? We can't quite equate all things survey wise, but They like how they can get places, but they're also not happy about traffic. That sounds like me too. But also on that list, a little bit lower, maybe not the highest, most satisfied things would be the condition of roads and streets. And then your ability to get around Sumner during commute times or get other places during commute times. We're aware of that. It's definitely a council priority to, look at cut through traffic and ways to mitigate that. People are satisfied, but we want to keep on striving to get those taken care of. And then on the left, we've got our top 3 preferred one-time projects, which Public Works appreciates highly. 2 out of 3 are clearly right in our wheelhouse, which is doing repairing existing sidewalks and increasing street maintenance. That's what people want to use one-time money for, at least in the survey. So we find that we will continue to advocate for those kind of projects and hope that those get funded. So that's kind of the overview of each one of the funds. There's different ways to slice and dice public works. So dividing up the public work. In our budget, public works work comes from a number of different funds. We also have divisions. We have, but we'll talk about all these kind of as we go through the rest of the presentation. So talk about the funds, which is our streets operating, which is a general fund portion. We have our streets capital, which maybe it's a little bit of everything, but also a little bit of general fund and a lot of grants, hopefully. Our water fund and sewer and stormwater funds are all enterprise funds. You could also think of us as divisions. So we have 3 divisions in public works. We have engineering, which is Elisa's role, and she manages that division. And then Ryan manages our operations or shops division, which is the people that are fixing the water mains and repairing the sewer lines, and then wastewater treatment, which we talked about. So he manages both of those.
Can I just interject there? You might be wondering, where's parks, where's cemetery, where's facilities? They are all under community development. So we won't be talking about those today. Might touch a little bit on some facility overlap, but most of it, those things are gonna the next 2 presentations coming up.
And one thing, Public Works does manage a lot of the capital parts of those projects. The discussion should be had in their kind of fund, but if it's a capital project going on in the city, then Public Works is managing that and making sure that it gets done. We spend a lot of our time understanding the regulations and requirements of getting projects done and working with contractors and crossing our I's and dotting our T's. Crossing our T's.
We got it.
I cross my eyes too.
So, but having, getting through all of the paperwork that's required and making sure we have responsive bids and making sure that we have change orders going through, right? That's what we are trained to do, especially in engineering. That's their forte. So even when we have a large parks project, even if it is in parks, it does end up getting managed by Lisa's group and very successful. So yeah, so divisions, that's a little bit about divisions, and then function. We also kind of talked about that, which is maintenance and operations, kind of rolls a few of those things together. But from a budget perspective, we've got our maintenance needs and operational needs. We have our equipment costs and then our capital projects. So you'll see these used differently throughout, but still kind of hard to keep it all in your mind, but how it all kind of divides up.
We've been sitting here an hour. Are you guys good to go like another 4 slides and then take a short break? Okay. So get your maintenance operation. We'll stop right before equipment for a break.
Sounds great. So we'll get Ryan going next. I will not be gone. I will be back at the end.
Go up and dot some T's.
I'll be working on that. But yeah, Ryan will be next and talk through some of our maintenance and operations and equipment needs.
Yep, great, thank you. So we'll quickly go through a few slides here, sounds like, and we'll take our break, but for this division of Public Works, it really is truly all in the name. this division takes care of all of our existing infrastructure that we currently have. Takes care of most of the maintenance. Obviously, there is times where some may get contracted out, but maintenance and operations of all of our existing infrastructure. What does that look like? This is a small list of some of the things that this division completes. There's pavement preservation program, there's sidewalk repairs, there's traffic signal maintenance, there's testing water, and that is not only our drinking water, but there is a bunch of testing that goes on for other things as well. Sometimes it's necessary to take samples and get testing done for stormwater and the like. So lots of different things there. Protecting our water supply, safely treating sewage, setup and tear down, and cleanup at events, cleaning catch basins, sweeping streets, checking our fire hydrants to make sure they function properly, replacing street signs so that they are safe and clearly readable to the traveling public. Plowing and sanding roads when the weather turns, cleaning storm ponds, responding at all hours of the day to leaks, sinkholes, and other issues. And then, of course, as Michael mentioned, we have the new program, which is pre-treatment. So that is a selection. Councilmember Clarigat mentioned very astutely that a big part of this is maintaining, I think we're closing in on a couple 100 miles of mains, whether it's combined stormwater, sewer, and water. There are a lot of pipes in the ground that need to be taken care of as well. And so maintenance and operations is responsible for those things. Challenges for maintenance and operations moving forward. As Michael previously identified, our chip seal program does not currently meet its 15-year cycle goal for taking care of all the roads that are chip sealable. That is something that will be addressed towards the end of the presentation. I just throw that out here now as a challenge and I recognize that. The other is that we currently have no pavement overlay program to address aging streets, something else that will be addressed later in the presentation. And then the final bullet point there is staffing. Always a constant challenge as our work gets more complex and our inventory of assets and infrastructure gets larger as it ages, as it needs to be replaced. We need the staff available to be able to get that work done. So where that is concerned, maybe I need to hold this up for it to work better. There it is. In the 25-26 budget, you're going to see 3 positions that are being requested for maintenance and operations. There is a pre-treatment technician, wastewater treatment facility operator, and a public works operator. The pre-treatment technician is being requested for 2025, the other 2 positions for 26. And you can see here the wages and for the pre-treatment technician, also a vehicle request. And you can see what those positions are going to cost. Speaking to the point that Jason made earlier about overlap, you can see, for instance, with the public works operator, that position's salary is actually paid for out of several different sections of the public works department. So just something of note there. There will be additional staffing considered as part of the 26-27 utility rate model. That will be 3 additional public works operators and a maintenance technician for the wastewater treatment facility. We did ask for an additional fleet mechanic that was not approved by the executive department, but will be something that will be considered at some point in the future as the need arises.
Do you know how on wages and benefits, how much is wages and how much is benefits?
Cassandra can look that up for us real quick.
I mean, if we just took that top one, is it a, I mean, that's fully burdened, so.
Yeah, it's probably 70-30 split roughly.
And that's 2 years for the top one.
Yeah.
It'll be 25-26, and the other ones are just for the 2026. So.
I will say, you might be saying, well, why so many public works operators? About 2, maybe 3 years ago, we did a staffing study for our operations division, and it identified the need for 4 plus an additional mid-level supervisor, to help with the day-to-day supervision. We're still looking at that particular role, the supervisor. That's one of the reasons why Ryan is really focused on operations to help support our operations division. As far as the operators, we'd love to have them right now. We don't have the room for them. This is really a space. One thing that we didn't even put in this presentation, and thinking now we probably should have, we have our public works operations staff split. They're not all at the shops. We have temporary offices at the central well. We have our parks crews, which will eventually be in the operations facility at the treatment plant. We have folks that are in this building that could end up at the operations facility at some point. We need the work now. We just don't have the space for it.
So sounds like there are more staff needed, but that would, I'm assuming, affect what's happening today, which means to me possibly that there's a huge overtime budget. Is that accurate?
You know, I wouldn't say there's a huge overtime budget. It's more that we're just able to kind of squeak by as opposed to really that additional crew is kind of a preventative maintenance crew, which would be the ones out there, you know, instead of just unclogging the pipe, it'd be the person, you know, identifying and figuring out what sort of repairs do we need? Can we be, going in and going into manholes and trying to seal all of them up so that we don't have infiltration coming into them, or there's a number of these preventative maintenance tests that are just kind of put off to the side because the priority is clearly making sure everybody gets drained and so that's what we would be able to use that new crew for. It's more of a preventative maintenance team that can do the actual work as opposed to just putting out fires all the time, which is kind of how we operate.
That makes sense. Thank you.
So I'm assuming what you just said, if I translate that to my brain, so you've got a statement of work and part of your statement of work is having to sit on the shelf because you don't have the manpower to complete it. And then what happens is if you don't get the manpower to complete the emergent need is probably because you haven't had enough manpower to take care of the stuff in the first place. So now it drives emergent need, right?
Got it.
Okay. So I've got it's a typical vicious cycle. So yeah.
Been that way a long time.
Okay.
What about the wastewater treatment? Did you mention that and I missed it on the operator? Is there additional work being done or is it preventative maintenance as well?
So the wastewater treatment facility in many ways is functioning under the same set of circumstances. There is a large volume of work that is getting deferred at this time while they take care of the needs that are the top priority. But they are much in the same boat as the maintenance and operations staff at our public works shops.
But I think my other assumption I'm making, so you just kind of tell me yes or no, but we can only kind of forecast out in the future growth. And perhaps the growth may have occurred a little quicker than we thought. Now there's a little bit of a decline now based on interest rates and stuff that doesn't have things happening as quickly. But I feel like you would be looking out in the future at need, right? So you're following something that tells you it's going up. Are you feeling confident in that? Your ability to forecast out in the future required heads based on statement of work, based on growth in the city? Because the more growth puts more strain on all the things you guys work on, right? It's the infrastructure. And so it puts a heavy strain. So that correlation there, I'm kind of wondering about. Are you feeling comfortable with your ability to forecast out there?
Yeah, I think we're feeling comfortable with that. I think that with many of these kinds of things, there's always a balancing act between what the need is and what we're able to pay for. Positions are rate funded.
Right.
And obviously, and I can say this as a citizen of the city, I'm sensitive to how much of a bill I'm gonna be paying, right? And so as we all are. And so there's definitely a balancing act in how we go about getting this done. The problem that I see is that if we defer for too long, then we are risking putting an even larger burden on our rate base because then we're seeing equipment fail, we're seeing process fail. And we're not giving people that customer service they need and expect.
I agree. I would just add one final thing. There was a sinkhole over in the parking lot across the street from Sorcy's. And I would add to the cost that if I would have hit that with my car, I would have had to do something, there would have been damage to my car that I would have had to pay for. So I mean, it's kind of that cycle of, the upkeep in the city. Okay.
A lot easier to argue for, the problem that you see in front of you as opposed to preventative maintenance.
Right.
That's something that everybody struggles with, how much do I put into fixing it now versus, waiting till it fails,
Pay now, pay later.
right?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go
Sorry.
ahead.
I was gonna say there's another hidden one is the technicality of what's going on now with Public Works. Has just become enormous, what we have to learn and keep up on in order to keep with the mandates. Just has really changed in the last 10 years, big time.
Yeah, technology, while it's made us more efficient in a lot of ways, it's just added to the amount of work that we have to do and document and then follow the regulations. With the treatment plan, I also want to just mention that, remember, that's a 365 day a year operation, right? And right now, we have been lucky. We staff on the weekends with one operator. And there's been some legitimate, I think, concerns raised by our operators union on, is that necessarily the safest way to operate? Because these are people that are operating around huge bodies of water, a lot of machinery. And that's something that we are actively evaluating right now. How do we address staffing on the weekends, just from an employee safety standpoint? We were also reached out to a lot of our neighboring wastewater facilities, and we are probably out of step at this point. We need to make some changes.
I just want to clarify. So I'm looking at this and I just remembered, so like 54% of that, the first two, besides the PW public works operator, those are both split with Pond Lake. So those are both part of the.
That's correct. Yeah.
So yeah, if you go out to that column, WWTF column, that would be split out to them. That would be the cost.
And the pre-treatment as well. Yeah, okay, I see that.
Correct.
So yeah, you'll see these charts throughout our presentation and also in the paperwork that you handed that you'll see on a couple of the upcoming slides. It breaks it out from each of those different funds. But specifically, whenever you see one that's wastewater treatment facility, that would be a 54-46 split. So we added the entirety of that cost to that column, but it's not entirely borne by Sumner.
Carla, going back to your question about wages and benefits, it is a 70-30 split.
Okay. That's great, thank you.
Cassandra sent me a message.
Technology.
Don't scare you, we're like 25 feet away, but we're still
I was like, did you do hand signals?
Yeah.
What was that?
right here.
Thank you.
I had a quick question on the mechanic. How many fleet mechanics do we have right now?
Currently, we have 2 fleet
Two?
mechanics.
I mean, they're doing everything for the whole state.
They are, and so that would be managing all the maintenance on the entire fleet plus equipment. So I think we're somewhere near a couple hundred pieces between vehicles and excavators and backhoes. We've got quite a large fleet of equipment.
One thing you'll see in their budget too is technology is really changing what their job is. You know, they're having to get ready for the electrification of our fleet. Even just hybrid vehicles that we have now operate a lot differently than how they were trained. I mean, you know, they're well-experienced mechanics, so it's not like they just graduated learning all this new stuff. So this is a good point for a break. If there's no questions at this point, we'll take 5 minutes, get up, stretch your legs, and then we'll move on to machinery and equipment.
Sounds great.
And grab a sandwich.
Oh.
Okay, so we'll start back into machinery and equipment. And then we'll move into capital projects and capital. There's a lot of slides, so we'll get through a little bit. We'll take another break.
Okay, so here we go, machinery and equipment. And you can see right there on that cover photo, that really speaks to our needs for good machinery. You can see that we have the plows out there at one point.
Making me shiver.
Well, I think that's just their
Turned up
broom
the
teeth.
It's rude. Snow.
Like in heaven here.
So So here we go, machinery and equipment. Come on, work for me.
That's the equipment that's
There we go.
broken right there.
Yeah, yeah. So we start off this section of the presentation with just a simple table that shows all of the requests that are included in this budget. Now, simple doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't a lot of it. But I do believe that this is a handy way to demonstrate a couple things. One, obviously, the volume of requests that we have in the budget. But two, how they're getting paid for. And again, I think this speaks to the overlap point that Jason made in his opening remarks. One of the things to take note here might be more the mechanics of the presentation as we move through. A couple different times you've seen those symbols along the bottom of this slide. Those are all obviously indicative of the specific division that that these different requests are being paid for out of. You will see these on the following slides as we move through them. But just quickly, starting at the top, because it's probably best we can just read off this list here. As far as requests, we've got a ground penetrating radar for a total of 25,000. That's split between water, sewer, and storm. A replacement tractor for an existing tractor that we have.
Actually, just going through
You wanna go
the
through?
slides, because that way.
I don't know that is cost, I don't know that we have cost information on these, so I just wanted
That's
to
why I
cover.
handed these out.
Okay,
People to follow.
great.
They're in order.
So moving forward, then we'll start with the ground penetrating radar utility locator. This is something that has been requested and provides us the ability to locate underground utilities that are non-metallic. So this is something that would be very beneficial for us when we're locating concrete pipe, AC pipe, and so on, which we actually have a fair amount of still in our utility system. The next item on the list is replacement for the tractor. So the tractor that we're talking about for replacement is the one that's located on the left side there under the label old. It is from the 1980s, and Pat has probably operated it more than a few times.
Get rid of my crap. Might be surplus.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you may end up with it yet. It's insufficient for existing equipment that we have in our inventory that we'd like to be using mowers. And you can see on the right is a picture that is representative of what we are seeking for replacement. Just as a note, I think we've got a couple of these slides in here. We want to point out that at times we've really considered alternative ways to provide the equipment we need while remaining sensitive to budget. The cemetery also was pursuing perhaps getting another tractor for a larger mower that they needed. We did some staff did some research and found that we could share a tractor instead of purchasing two to support the mower that was also being asked for by park or cemetery. So just a note there, that saved about $90,000.
I have a quick question.
yeah.
On how it's split out. On the ones that are split, the first four, they're split evenly between them. Is that pretty common, or is that required by bars or something like that, or how do you guys determine that?
Basically what we look at is the use. And for those first 4 or so items, we feel that it's fairly representative of how the piece of equipment gets used pretty equally among those different departments. And so that's how we break it out that way. Yeah. Next up is a mini excavator to replace an existing unit that we have in our fleet. That current unit is approaching 20 years old. It's fairly well used. Operating costs are rising, and so we are now proposing that it be replaced.
One of the other things, you know, with both the Kubota tractor as well as the mini excavator, neither one of those have cabs or covers on them, which make it not, yeah, they're not very comfortable to operate either in the
Especially in the
heat
rain.
or in the rain. So that's an employee comfort as well as a safety issue too.
Next up is a saw cut machine. This is needed to replace an existing unit that no longer has manufacturer support. We're also having some operational issues with it. And so it is time to invest in a new piece of equipment so that we can continue to provide that function for various maintenance activities. We spoke about traffic signal maintenance earlier, and one of the big items that we've included in this budget, there's going to be 2 more signal-related items after this, is the replacement of critical components within our traffic signal systems. One of those items is traffic signal malfunction management units, or commonly called MMUs. These replace an older style of device in our traffic signal cabinets, which were called conflict monitoring units. What this is able to do is it monitors and communicates with various aspects, various components of the traffic signal system for any particular intersection. And it's constantly monitoring incoming voltage from power. It's monitoring what the signal phasing is doing, and it's looking for anything that doesn't look right. And what it can do is if it senses that there is an issue with, say, think of something kind of extreme, but say you've got 2 conflicting green movements going on, 2 conflicting, which does happen sometimes, it can actually send the signal into an all red flash. So it renders the intersection safe. It requires everybody to come to a complete stop before moving through the intersection. And then it offers the ability for the technician to be able to open up the cabinet and do some troubleshooting and diagnose what the problem is. We have in our budget enough money to replace all units at all of our signals throughout our system. I think we have 14 that we budgeted for. And that would completely replace all of the current CMUs or older MMUs that we have in service right now. We're also going to be pursuing replacements of traffic signal controllers. Most of our signals are in the traffic signal cabinets have what we call a Traconex signal controller. That is a brand name. They are very outdated and no longer supported and really don't give us the flexibility for our signals and the way we need to operate them now and into the future. One of the big things is that they don't, as far as I know, offer the ability to interconnect via fiber or wireless the way that we will be doing moving into the future. We want to replace all of those outdated signal controllers with the new controllers that we have a couple pictures of there, manufactured by Econolite. We have enough money in the budget to replace all of the controllers in our system that are of that old style. We'll be doing that in-house. And then finally, we did also budget to replace video detection systems. 1 signal per biennium at this point. Video detection systems are changing drastically. And they incorporate new technologies which give us much more flexibility. They give us the ability now to, 1, reduce the number of cameras at intersections, which means there's a decrease in maintenance. We don't need to be maintaining 4 cameras. It could be as little as just 1 camera. But they also can do things like doing vehicle counts and vehicle classifications, which right now is something that we often have to do with either somebody going actually out there and sitting at the corner and doing turn movement counts, or some other kind of contracted service to be able to gather that data. We would now be able to start putting in camera systems that will do that automatically for us. So that is $25,000 was budgeted in order to do 1 signal per biennium. Back on the more practical, nuts and bolts side of things, we do have in the budget a small sander for insertion in the bed of one of our smaller trucks. This would be different than the sanders that we put in the back of the large dump trucks. This would be a smaller unit, would be in one of the 1-ton vehicles, and it would be used for getting into those places that those bigger vehicles have more trouble accessing. So think alleys, parking lots, those types of areas. While we don't have a black Ford like is shown in the slide, that's more representative of the vehicle that you'll see this particular sander in.
Is it permanently or just like during the winter time you put it in there, you take it out and you can still use it? Okay, so
Exactly. Yep, that's exactly right.
In the last biennium, we bought the plow for this.
Correct.
So we have the
So we actually have the truck and the plow. Now we're adding the sander to it. This next item was a late addition, but something based on comments from staff about how we are currently storing bollards and street signage for events at Heritage Park. And currently, the way that is functioning is there is a cart with the bollards loaded on top of it, and it's stored in the area down there. What do we call that area?
Restroom enclosure.
It's back, yeah, it's on the
Cherry.
Cherry, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of these areas I'm still learning even now. And I went out there, yeah. I went out there with Darren Uphouse, our Public Works Superintendent, one day to just get an idea of how that's currently working, because staff was pretty frustrated with it. And it is a little bit of a bear to haul those things around. So what we have come up with instead is an idea here that we would get this hook and go unit, and those materials that we need, the bollards, the street signage, would all be stored in there. The hook and go unit is something that can be pulled up onto the back of one of our existing vehicles. It's a vehicle specifically designed to work with this type of unit. It can be driven around, unloaded, staff can get the materials out that they need back and forth, and then at the end of the event, store everything back in it, can be pulled back up on the truck and taken. So that is in the budget. This is Gus. Gus is the old gator at the wastewater treatment plant, and Gus has served faithfully for many years. But it is time for
Toiled
even.
Toiled at the wastewater treatment facility.
Indeed. And it's time for Gus to retire from service at the treatment plant. More on Gus here in a little bit. But the treatment facility has requested a new gator for replacement. And so what they are pursuing will be something that looks similar to what's shown on the right side of the slide there. The pre-treatment program has requested a sampling unit. What this is something that can be used for off-site sampling for our industrial customers as part of the pre-treatment program. When there is no power available, this is a self-contained unit that can be used to draw samples. It can actually be hung inside manholes, or it can be used in several different roles. And it's something that we can do to ensure that our industrial customers are discharging things that are in compliance with their discharge permit. We are requesting 4 jetter heads for the vac trucks. The current set of jetter heads that we have are well worn at the end of their service life. And in order to maintain those conveyance systems that we were talking about earlier, staff needs these jetter heads to be properly maintaining those various sewer and storm mains out in our utility system. There has been a request for a mower for mowing down more of the rougher type of vegetation, blackberries and so on, in our ponds, stormwater ponds. This is a walk-behind unit that is self-propelled and is really a burly mower that is meant to really hack up some of that bigger stuff that just a regular type lawnmower you would not use. So
Mess it up.
that's it, for sure. Yeah.
They have one now, or do they just use weed whackers or something?
Mostly weed whackers. I think that they have a more durable mower. I don't know that it's exactly this model, but they are replacing that with this one.
This looks like a push brush hog. Those are nice.
Yeah, staff is really excited about the opportunity to potentially get this piece of equipment.
Nice.
And next on the list is a wheel loader. So as you're aware, we're actually right now in the process of constructing a new decamp facility, which will be on what's commonly referred to as the north parcel up at the new operations facility. Currently, we have 1 wheel loader at the wastewater treatment plant. We would like to pursue obtaining this piece of equipment because it will eliminate the need to truck that 1 wheel loader back and forth between 2 sites when we need it. These wheel loaders are nice for moving around this kind of debris. They have a higher reach height to be able to load the material into trucks to be hauled away. So there is definitely an operational efficiency for Public Works by procuring this piece of equipment. And it would stay permanently at the new decamp facility up at the new operations facility. And then these pieces of equipment are equipment replacements for current chlorinator analyzers at our spring sources and the south well. This is in conjunction with a project that's being run out of engineering to replace and upgrade chlorination equipment at our water sources.
So a little bit about that one. You might remember it from the last budget cycle. I know I do. We took a tour and talked about chlorinators up at the Sumner Springs site, and we want to look at replacing these because they were in need of replacement. What we did do was analyze whether or not we wanted to continue using chlorinators that use chlorine gas and bringing in tanks, especially to that site in particular, or if we wanted to do on-site chlorine generation and if that was a possibility. So we said, hey, we'd like, funding to walk down that road and get them replaced, or analyze whether or not we should really be going with an on-site chlorination system. And that's what we did this last biennium, and said, really, the on-site chlorination system is better. It's safer for our crews. We don't have to deal with the chlorine gas, the big tank sorts of things that you're kind of rolling in, which are just, it's highly dangerous if you have any sort of problem with those. So after analysis, we came up with the idea that we should be really going to the on-site chlorine generation. So it does cost a little bit more to do that, but it's something that we can do, and this is the time to do it. It's like when you're deciding on your new roof, right? You want to, which one do you want? It was a decision point. So we have been moving forward with getting our engineer to put together the paperwork needed to go to the Department of Health, which you need to do in order to make a change to your drinking water system. So we've been doing that, and that's why this hasn't happened yet, but what the process that we're going through to get this system upgraded.
Are you gonna have to remodel those chlorine buildings for that, or then it'll fit in there? Because
I think it fits in.
it will fit.
That was my
Yeah.
understanding.
I think our consultant made the determination that the space that's up
Well,
there
because
is
we're not gonna need that
sufficient. for-
separation anymore either. So that's
Correct.
why I was just curious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, many water systems have already done this work, leaving behind the chlorine gas and going with on-sites. It's called sodium hypochlorite. It's a liquid solution. It's salt and water. You zap it with electricity and you get sodium hypochlorite. That's a very high level description. Yeah, there's stuff that moves, molecules do this and that, and you know it, boom, there you go.
So technically.
Yeah, I pride myself in that. But if you ever would like to see more of an in-depth, explanation or would like to see any of this once it goes in, we would love to show it off to you, so.
And there's a set at the new plant. So
Correct,
it's the
Central
same
Well has
system.
this.
Yep, yeah, it's already being used at the central well.
And that brings us to items that were not. So that was everything that is currently in the budget request. This table is kind of the short list of the items that did not make it into the budget. I will point out that the one that is highlighted green will be revisited towards the end of the presentation. The other items, a 42-inch sign cutter, a paint sprayer. Actually, I think we have slides for all of these as well. There's the sign cutter. We're currently limited to a max sign size of 30 inches. We are attempting to pursue other routes for obtaining this sign cutter, and it will probably return in the next biennial budget after for 27, 28. We'll see. Paint sprayer, we are attempting to just use available budget funds to purchase that before the end of the year. There are the radios, which will be revisited later, but primarily these will be for public works staff during events and emergencies. I myself learned a very critical lesson about the importance of radios when I was with the city of Bonnie Lake and we had the fire on the hillside. It also disabled our cell phones for a number of days and communication was very difficult. Public Works up there several years prior, about 10 years prior, had removed all their radios and gone to cell phones only for communication. And we realized at that time that that was actually a mistake. And I would hate to see that repeated down here. So we would really love the opportunity to start procuring radios to have again in our inventory here.
I can tell you that one of my concerns, because these were all things that they put in the budget and, you know, when it came to the mayor and myself to review, we did not agree to fund them. And one of my main concerns with the radios is I don't think it's enough what they asked for. It's not that it's not valid, because I do think it's extremely valid. It's something that we've been talking about for a number of years. But 6 radios isn't enough to do what we need to do. We're also aware that there's going to be a number of public safety radios that are going to be put out of service throughout the county over the next couple years. And that might be a good opportunity to buy radios from the system, from the overall South Sound 911 system. There's also a lot of emerging technology going on right now on our 800 and 700 radio networks, the public safety networks, and looking at different ways to leverage non-public safety radios. What you see there is a public safety grade radio, but have something that's a little cheaper to operate that still has all the same capabilities. So those are things that we need to do some more research on. The other piece of this is, you know, similar to our public safety radios, there's a monthly reoccurring charge. And I believe it's Kathy, you went to South Sound this morning. Is it like $30-ish a month
It's, yeah,
per radio?
Yeah, $33, I think.
So that's the other thing. You don't want to just invest in the radios and then put them on a shelf and only use them in an emergency. It needs to be then part of your day-to-day regular use to maximize the cost. So I think it's a very worthwhile. I just think it needs some more study and a little bit more, because we need more than 6.
Do they currently not have any radios? Because back in the day, the shops used to have all radios.
As far as I know, other than a radio system that is specific to you for use during traffic control, it's done through a headset and a microphone instead of that type of arrangement. There's no radios that
So
I'm
like
aware
the
of.
pickups and stuff don't have mobile or units in like they used to,
No.
and portable. Okay.
You're thinking about fire trucks.
No,
We did when
they
we had
had
a
those,
VHF.
but no, the
we're on
city
the-
shops had, Pat can remember. Oh, they had. We used to talk to them on the same frequency.
I'm giving you a hard
Yeah,
time.
I know it was a long time ago, but I thought that would continue at least.
Up to about 5 years ago, right? We still had some radios.
We still had some, but we,
Right.
you know, we lost our
But they just-
VHF license.
Right.
You went to where the police officers and firefighters couldn't speak to the public works because they were on VHF versus
7
7 or
A lot
800.
of things changed.
So it's currently they're just on cell phones then?
That's correct. Or the small radios that are used for traffic control, which are more of a
Yeah.
family style radio.
Which is also,
construction grade.
it's also when you dig, you have to be in control with the guy on the ground, so.
Yeah.
Got kind of a double purpose.
So that is radios, not in the budget. Initially, there was a request for a new crack sealer. We are addressing the way and how we approach crack sealing, and don't believe that the need is there for a new crack sealer. So at this point, that has been pulled from the budget request.
And I've actually been in that crack sealer, crawled in and chipped it out to clean it. And it does fill up.
Sounds gross.
Yeah. There was another gator request by the shops. The decision was made that we would take Gus, who was in service over at the treatment plant, and repurpose Gus for use by the shop staff for parades and events. We feel like for now, this is an effective way to handle the need without hitting the budget for an additional $52,000. So by repurposing this equipment, we're saving that cost and also meeting the need that staff has for another gator. So while Gus is done at the treatment plant, Gus still has plenty of life left to work get all dolled up for parades and events. So Gus lives on. And
Electric.
Gus is fully electric and is quite a favorite of staff over at the treatment plant. And they've absolutely been elated that Gus is going to remain at the city and continue to serve proudly. So,
That are
Yeah.
used
He
up.
is gonna get a new seat.
Yep, we just need to replace the front seat and give Gus a good wash and I think we're gonna be in good shape for a
Take some of
while.
the equipment off the back of them.
Yeah.
What- what-
You can see some of the custom touches that the treatment plant staff applied to Gus. For instance, the generator that's on the side, there's a special cradle there, the racking in the bed. That stuff will actually probably be removed for Gus's new home.
That's all stuff that treatment plant folks
Fab
fabbed
themselves.
and and to get a piece of equipment that can do more than what it was originally intended for.
Mhm.
That's the kind of stuff we see all day, every day. Working with our operations and with our wastewater treatment staff.
And then the last slide here of where equipment is concerned is it's just a summation of what this equipment request is. All of the equipment that we just went through will be costing. You can see it broken out by the different divisions up top with the total there of $859,745. And with that, I think we're at the end of the equipment section.
Can I ask a question about the loader? I think that's the biggest dollar amount item, and it's quite a bit more than like tractors and other stuff. So is that just one loader? Different, like useful life is longer, I know, just curious on that.
It is just one loader. And those are good questions. As far as like useful life, the service life on something like that, I would not expect would necessarily be too different than any of the other equipment. However, based upon its use and the fact that it's going to live at just one facility, I would imagine that it is a piece of equipment that we could probably get and use for much longer than say if it were being dragged from construction site to construction site and out on the roads and everything else. So I do know that the one that was purchased down at the treatment plant some years ago was actually a used unit. I can't tell you right now whether there is anything out there on the used market that would serve the need that we have for it. So we took the conservative approach and budgeted for a new unit.
It's clear, it's by far the biggest piece of equipment we're asking for.
Yeah, that's what I was curious.
Yeah.
Didn't know which question to ask, but I was like,
Dollar value for sure, but also in capability. And, in terms of actual heft, it's not it's even, well, we have a tractor on here and a mini X, those are pretty standard pieces of equipment out there in the world. This is a little bit more specialized, but definitely appropriate for the use to try to get solids moved out there.
And it's just for that specific use really to load that stuff there.
Yep.
If you don't have that, you're not gonna load the stuff you gotta load.
Yes.
Moving on to capital projects.
Oh, goody.
So like Jason said, this is a lengthy section. So we'll find a good breaking
Fine.
points. And also I hope we continue the interactive conversation because I sure don't want to talk about this for an hour straight.
An hour, I think you're right. It's 2 hours there.
So before moving into the cost breakdown and all of that, I wanted to reintroduce you to two different funds that we don't always talk about. Michael did mention them. So the transportation impact fees, which Michael had came to council earlier this spring to talk to council about. That's the fees that are paid by the developers that are set aside then for transportation projects that increase capacity or non-motorized. And the other is the property tax set aside. That is a bucket of money that is set aside for street improvements and maintenance and specifically for grant matches. So you'll see those added to our chart. So we have similar columns that Ryan had, but the right two columns are added in, and the second from the right is the TIF and the property tax set aside. Rather than adding another column, the items in that TIF and PTSA column, if they're left justified, they are TIF. If they are right justified, they are PTSA. Keep it a little bit simpler, try. And then the grants column is also added, and that also includes funding from other jurisdictions. So that's Pierce County, that's Sound Transit. When we get down to the wastewater treatment facility, that's also Bonnie Lake's contributions. The green highlighted items, similar to what Ryan had, I'll say a little differently, not that they were cut up by executive, but they are looking for a new funding source. So we'll talk about those as we get to them. Specifically, pavement preservation is highlighted, but I will say it's not the whole pavement preservation program that is up for discussion, but that involves 6 different subline items, and we'll discuss those when we get to them. So I'm glad you have those in front of you so you can peruse those rather than going through these 3 pages line by line. We'll go through them slide by slide rather. So the first project for discussion is Cherry and Maple Utilities. Michael had mentioned this one a little bit earlier on. This is the second phase for Town Center Utility and Lunar, the utility replacement. So on this project, it is replacing the water and sewer on Cherry from Maple down to Park, and replacing the water line on Maple that we didn't already replace in the TCUW project. This is slated for construction and ready to go next year. But it may be bumped depending on our staffing workload. Next is Stewart Road Bridge construction, which monumental is out for ad today. Huge monumental effort, which can't help recognizing that. This is replacing the Stewart Road Bridge from 2 lanes to 4 and adding a non-motorized path on the north side. I will also note, I should have before, sorry, all the council strategic priorities are listed on each of these project slides. I won't go through them, but they are there for your reference. And the same symbols that we had talked about before.
As this loads, when we say monumental, this is 30 years in the making. This goes back to a pre-annexation agreement before, you know, the parkway was built up to Lakeland, before Lakeland was even there. So this is decades of work. So, but these 2 in particular spent a lot of extra hours over the last couple years getting ready to go out to bid. And it's amazing that we did it with very little general fund city money probably being spent on it.
If you look at this breakdown, it's construction funding. That's 95% grant funded, which is huge. And it is symbolic of what's been done to date with design. That a huge amount of other people's money being spent to do this work that will benefit our community.
So it's out to bid for construction, right?
It is.
Or rebuild.
It is.
And how many years of construction?
Yeah.
It's on that slide, I guess, 3 years. of
Yep.
Construction.
Well, at least it's started.
Next one is Washington Street Design and Construction. So Ryan Ingersimron came to you earlier this year to talk to you about Washington Street. So this is finishing the design and going to construction next year in 25.
So I noticed there are a number of streets that have similar patching patterns on
Yep.
them. And how many of those are reaching the level, I mean, like this apparently is underneath
Of the worst.
of the worst. But are there others that need to be on a list, you know, prioritized? Because, you know, when I mean, now that I know what Washington Street looks like, every time I drive down the road, I go, oh, look, it's the same thing. Are they being looked at and, you know, gotten on a list?
We do have a list.
Okay.
We track the condition of our asphalt roadways every year and rate those and have a running list of our worst and, you know, all the way to our best. And what needs what. That's part of our pavement preservation program.
That's good.
Before we move on to Hunt Avenue, I just want to remind you, when we came to you a while back, and we got the money for design. That's also, at the time we said, if we want to build this, we're recommending you use council strategic reserve. So at the way the budget is built, it does include you taking some money out of your council strategic reserve, because that was the understanding we had at that study session, that you were all supportive of that direction.
So the next is Hunt, and this is one that is looking for other funding sources. So I understand when Ryan Ingersimron came in about Washington Street, there was concerns about Hunt as well. So we added Hunt Avenue in here from State to West Main. And it's similar to Washington. It is full rebuild, replacing all the utilities. So it is, the funding is shown to be split for discussion from those sources, but it would require additional funding sources.
Sidewalks also.
Yes. Next is SR 410, 166 Avenue East. This is the design for the double roundabouts on 166. So this is a project that's a little bit of a slow burn. We're working through design and permitting. We did recently get funding, grant funding for the right-of-way acquisition phase of this. That'll happen in 2027. And then construction will follow. So definitely more of a slow burn, but we are continuing to look for grant funding for this one.
That came out of the PCRC. That was that piece of the puzzle that I know Councilmember Elfers was a part of. There were 4 projects that got funded out of that. This was one of them. It was a contentious sort of thing.
Yes.
Yeah, we got you. Let me ask a question about the consulting thing. I think that came up in the initial part. I think the number of the dollars on the consultants when we go and do a project to design it, is that just the numbers always, I'm always overwhelmed by that. Having done some development projects myself, but some like not, they just seem like astronomically high. I'm just curious, is that something we can bring in-house or something that you've evaluated, or just like the number, like on a design for like $2 million design for one of them, I think was like almost $1 million. Is that anything we can do with that, or is, I don't know why that's so expensive or what's driving that?
With our current staffing, we don't have the capacity. We are all hands on deck to manage these projects. We have the capability with some of our staff, but not the capacity. Now, if we, I mean, additional staffing, finding that, but that would be another challenge is finding engineers.
Is that, yeah, and I was just trying to figure, is that like, is the complexity different than I'm understanding, or is it you need different wages? I'm just trying to figure out what the costs are so much different than like a private project, or like, I've done paving and different things in it, and there's some things that I'm like, oh, the design part is significantly, I'm just trying to figure out what I'm missing.
So are you asking, is it more expensive with the consultant because of the complexity of the work they're
Is it
doing?
because it's external, or is it because it's government, or is it common? I'm just trying to figure out why is it's like.
All of the above.
Okay. Okay.
One thing that we're happy to do is kind of maybe even look over a couple with you and just show, I mean, we have all of our consultant contracts are public record and they go through Public Works Committee, and you know, we go and actively negotiate those on a regular basis. Our consultants, while it feels like we spend a lot on them, there's usually kind of some rules of thumb about your project overall value to you know, the cost of how you should be spending on a consultant. We're usually looking in the 10 to 15% range of the total value of the project on a design consultant, and about the same amount on construction management and support throughout the construction of that project. It's a good chunk of change, I know,
Yeah.
and I feel the same way. And we are currently evaluating one and working through negotiations with a consultant, and you'll see that on October Public Works Committee. So, and it's got a really big number because it's for Stewart Road Bridge, right?
Yeah.
'Cause that's a $30 million job or whatever it happens to be. So,
Mostly just curious, like,
Mhm.
if there was capacity to do in-house, like, you pay $800,000 to pay a consultant, if you had the staff to do in-house, would it be that different, or would it still be like the hours are just, I'm just thinking about the amount of work, that's what I'm just trying to figure out, just
We-
understanding.
we pay these consultants by the hour. And if you look at, and that's not always the case with, when they do private work. But there's quite a bit of state laws and regulations of how they are paid. They're, especially on the federal jobs, all of their costs are, audited, and their overhead rates are audited by the state, and so they're all, you know, basically, they take their raw rate plus times a multiplier for what their overhead is, and usually a chunk of profit, not a huge amount of profit in there, but they're not, you know, they're a private company. But practically speaking, that's, you know, it's just those rates times the hours they're working. So, that being said, they have, you know, those are audited rates that somebody has said that that's what they need to support their business, so.
Their prevailing wage.
They're not prevailing wage as as consultants, but they are, when we do choose, architects and engineers, we have to choose based on a qualification-based selection process. We're not choosing them based on who's given us the best deal. That's another state law.
That's what I was gonna offer up. So one of the things I've found using consultants is depending on the statement of work, I'll just use simple words, many times you're money ahead because of the expertise that they have and the additional things they've done that they can bring to the table. They actually can drive efficiencies. Or if you have like an in-house person that doesn't potentially have the experience, not to take away from in-house people, but if they don't have the experience, they have to go through a learning curve, and a learning curve costs you money. And so I think that's the other thing that I'm gonna go with the assumption that based on the project, based on the need versus the in-house skill set, you go out to a consultant, which
And
is,
just to dovetail with that, a lot of these have a lot of subject matter experts, like you look
Mhm.
at this project, I mean, you're dealing with
It's
a
huge.
culvert, you're
Yeah.
dealing with right-of-way acquisition, you're dealing with.
Salmon Creek.
Those are the,
Right.
yeah, you're getting fish biologists involved, you're
Yeah.
getting wetlands biologists.
So that design includes all of
Changes
those.
all that, yeah. And I think I do appreciate, a lot of it's grant funded, so
Yeah.
it's not so much how we pay for it, because I feel like a lot of it doesn't come out of general fund. I just am always like, wow, that's a lot.
I think it's the criteria.
Design.
I'm sure you guys go down through a list of criteria and then you still project manage it.
Yeah.
Right?
And there are some that we do in-house design. Our pavement preservation and our sidewalk projects are in-house,
Thanks
which is
for-
kind of like a repetitive, those ones, that's where our comfort level is.
Right. And maybe knowledge level.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Definitely places where we feel comfortable with what we have. We'll take those on, but just like anything else, specialists consulting it out is the way to go. We are not professional, well, we're traffic engineers, but we are not, that's not what we live, eat and breathe every day, because we also are utility engineers. And we're also project managers, and we come and do presentations at council. And and we manage staff too. There's about 50 members of the public works staff over all the divisions. So there's a lot of a large variety of the things that we do on a daily basis. And we definitely look to people who are experts in their fields to get us to where we need to go, so that when we need to replace our chlorinators, I don't have to become a chlorinator expert. Because there's not enough time for that.
Right. Yeah, thanks for explaining that a little bit. I just.
We feel you though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we negotiate every contract, and especially the larger they are, the more we scrutinize those and try to really get to a point where we're as comfortable as we can be, even if it is kind of like, really?
I think it's, even if we mentioned the percentage, I think on a private contract, it's probably in the 5 to 7%, and you're saying it's 10 to 15. So I mean, I think that kind of gives me a little bit of an idea.
Yeah, that's definitely something to consider.
So next is the River Grove pedestrian bridge. This is design. So this is another one that is on a little bit of a slow burn, similar to the 166 roundabouts. This is the pedestrian bridge that goes over 410 from the River Grove neighborhood. This one, we, in the same grant piece through PCRC, also got nearly half of the construction money for this in 2028. So we are continuing our efforts to find grants for the remainder of that construction money. But that one's one to look forward to in the next biennium. And meanwhile, we will continue to work through design.
Do you have any idea what the anticipated usage is? Because, I mean, I know we built these bike lanes over on Academy, and I've seen little usage, and I just wondering if you have any ballpark idea how you think it's gonna be used, and would it be mainly for kids to get to the two schools on the other
I think
side?
that's our primary and our primary reason for doing it and focus, but I think
Okay.
we may be surprised on who else uses this to get around.
I use it. I ride my bike. So here.
No.
Academy. I go on Academy.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'll watch for you.
Yeah. I'll touch on you over.
Touch on the valley, the roundabouts that are in there and how that's gonna impact traffic and the pedestrian flow. It's related to this too.
Yeah, one thing that we have been working with WashDOT on, and I think you probably are aware that they're looking at they're doing a design do roundabouts at 162 Valley Avenue, 162 and 410. So there'll be those two ramp interchanges are gonna be roundabouts. They expect to be going out to bid, I think, early 2025 right now. So they were thinking about getting it done summer of 25.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Currently, the roundabout's in my driveway.
Much cheaper.
I think their schedule's ambitious, but
Yeah.
you never know. That being said, though, there was a lot of discussion, we interfaced with them on the design on a couple of aspects of it, but one of the ones that we need to talk about is the pedestrian aspect of it. We were saying, hey, really, they put their pedestrian path on the east side of the new bridge, or the reprogrammed bridge. We were like, really, the west side's where you need it, because that's where we have our River Grove neighborhood. That connects up, connects to the trail that's right there, and also just the neighborhood in general, and then connects over toward the school. Instead, now you're gonna have to cross over, go up and cross back, and they acknowledged that, and they didn't really decide to make a change to their design for that, but they did advocate for this project. They said this is another project that will help support pedestrians in the general vicinity. So we got a little bit of buy-in from them on this project, which was nice. But there is going to be a concern when they finish their project of how do people continue to get in and out of River Grove. The nice thing also about this bridge is that we don't talk too much about the emergency access of it, but there's very few ways to get in and out of River Grove right now. They're landlocked and there's a flooding potential. So this provides one more relief valve during some sort of event that might happen. Hail flooding.
Just so I got it straight, the Valley Avenue and 410 is a DOT thing.
Yes.
So the city has nothing to do with it,
It's actually
funding wise or anything.
it's outside of city limits.
Okay. So they're on the hook for that.
Yep, it's 2 state highways as well. Just outside of city limits.
So you gotta do whatever.
We appreciate the fact we are not contributing to that, I think.
Well, I'm just thinking, we haven't any say in anything on, like you say, the sidewalk, changing it to one side to the other. Makes sense to me, but to them.
I'd like to compliment what you did on Traffic Avenue 410, because I do, the traffic is so minimal, partly because there's no parking at the train station, but having the 2 lanes, being able to turn off of Thompson has made a huge difference, and then just the whole intersection. So I think that this, for many of you that weren't on the council, the work that they did to get that, the Sumner led the project. It wasn't led by the state or,
Well, I would agree with you, having lived
Yeah.
on Thompson then,
Yeah.
you couldn't get out of your driveway. I mean, we would go out and around and all the way down and up Sumner Avenue,
Yeah.
so I think it's
Yeah.
been a great help.
but I just want,
It's awesome.
when you do your work, you
We
you do a good job.
we talk about chasing grants all the time,
Yeah.
and that one was one that was, very, 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 very supported by grants. We weren't able to, we didn't need to leverage very, very much city funds at all to get that project done, and that's kind of the blueprint we tried to use for Stewart Road as well.
And kind of just to reiterate what Barb's saying is the Traffic Avenue 410 interchange is a state
Mhm.
interchange,
Mhm.
right? They control the lights. They, in theory, should have been the ones to upgrade that to.
Right.
We did it. No different than actually 166 and 410. That's a
Mhm.
state interchange that we are taking the lead on. And, trying to get it funded and built because it affects our community. Doesn't rise to the level of importance at the state level.
Nice.
Maple Street Ped Improvements, and this is citywide backplates as well as the full name, but it's really long. So this is one that will be going, hopefully to bid before the end of the year. And then we will get a contractor on board and suspend them because they will be procuring poles, which is similar to what we've seen at Main and Wood. The duration to procure poles is pretty long. But this will be in the next biennium. You can see the bottom left corner, the back plates. Those are the retroreflective back plates on the back of the signals that'll be going in around the city as well as part of this project. So it's a head signal at traffic and Maple to replace the crosswalk that's there.
This is the one we did. We took it out to bid and then we did.
We
pulled it back.
rejected
We
bids.
did, okay.
Yep.
That's right.
Our bids came in high. We rejected bids. With this program that is fully grant funded, we went back to the state and said, hey, our bids came in high. Here's our new estimate. And they made us whole. They gave us more grant money to match that. So we'll take that back out to bid and hopefully be within our grant amount still.
Good work.
Thank you. Tacoma Avenue overlay and intersection. So this is design only at this point. This is a new roundabout that we are designing at Puyallup and Tacoma Avenue. We are working through this design. It'll be a big improvement, and if you increase the efficiency at this southern gateway to the MIC, it'll be a good project. We are still looking for grant funding for construction on this one. Valley Avenue overlay design and construction. This ties into what we just talked about with WashDOT's roundabouts. Their improvements will go about up to Gary Street. So this Valley Avenue overlay is from our south city limits up to Meade McCumber. Our south city, or that south terminus will probably shift up to Gary Street to match WashDOT's improvements, which may allow us to go a little bit more into the intersection and do more improvements there. So we'll go as far as our money takes us. But this is overlay that'll be happening during this biennium.
An overlay is that do they tear it down and put new in, or is it just lie over the top?
It is grind and overlay, so they'll
Okay,
plane
so they
it.
grind up the old
Yep.
and then put in new.
So how can we get grants for this road? Because it's a main thoroughfare? Is it the arterial?
Yes.
Because- Okay, so a lot of roads are not grant. This is grant because it's an arterial.
Yes.
We do have about, there's a preservation set aside as part of that grant, PSRC grant funding. So every 2 years, and right now there's a $750,000 cap on how much money you can get per biennium, which is why we're going in this
7.9,
shorter stretch
yeah.
as opposed to doing more. We couldn't apply for more than $750,000 in a biennium, so every biennium we do a little bit more.
Yeah.
But that's the strategy.
So you can pretty much, you can get that 750 every biennium.
It's been very regular. It doesn't happen every time, but it's still competitive, but there is a goal of trying to support jurisdictions with preservation projects.
They feel pity on pass-through towns.
So in this grant cycle, we got design and construction. Then they changed the rules in this most recent one. So we can only get design or construction. So in that same PCRC grant cycle that we just finished, we got design for the rest of Valley all the way up to Elm. So that then we can break it out to construction piece by piece.
Okay.
Stewart Road ITS design. So this is working along the Stewart Road corridor with WashDOT, City of Pacific, BNSF, and ourselves to coordinate all the signals along that corridor to make it more efficient. This is grant funded and a little bit of property tax set aside. And this will be going with design next year. Systemic horizontal curves, design and construction. We are currently working through design on this one. It will go to construction next year. This was looking at some of the north-south corridors. So this is specifically focused on East Valley Highway, where we'll be adding some guardrails, some center and outside lane rumble strips and signage, and also on 142nd at 24th at that curve, looking at some rechannelization and signage there.
So at the north end of whatever, and 24th,
142nd.
42nd. Are they ever gonna have 2 lanes? I mean, is it always gonna have to merge down to 1 lane as you go around the
Make the
curve?
corner, and
It's currently, we are gonna keep it in that configuration. I wouldn't say it's never, I mean, but we will continue that, but we are changing it slightly to make it what will be a safer condition there.
I know when they were going too fast, like, there would be tip over
over.
things like that.
Maybe they should slow down.
Although they should.
It's when I'm in my
Common sense.
semi that I.
Don't drive next to them.
I have
I don't.
problems when you're in your semi.
I try.
Do you wanna break? This might be.
Yeah, that's a perfect spot. Take another break. 5-ish minutes.
Over from the beginning.
I'd love to.
Yeah.
My computer.
That was a great time to stop. So pavement preservation program. So I wanted to do a quick review, which leads in, is response to some of the questions we already had. So these are a few tools in our toolbox for pavement preservation. The top left corner is chip seal. So that's where they spray down liquid asphalt and then they put down the chips, which is aggregate, and they compact that in. So that's where we talk about our goal is a 15-year cycle to chip seal all of our eligible roads in the city. That's that. On the top right is pavement patching. So that's where they saw cut out the asphalt that's failing and they patch it back with asphalt. The bottom left is crack seal. So that's our Washington Street example, where we do what we can to seal all those cracks and keep it all together. And then the bottom right is overlay. So you'll see the rough part is grinding or planing, which is what they do first. They grind off the old asphalt that's failing, and then they cover it with 2 to 3 inches of overlay, which is what you see on the right side of that, to make it appear like a fresh new roadway. Yes.
So do you contract that work to be done?
Yes.
It's not done in-house.
Correct. There is some capability to do some of it in-house, but for the most part, we contract it out. In the center is a highly technical graph. But what that is trying to show is those bumpy lines at the top right is if you spend a small amount of money on pavement preservation incrementally, while the quality of the asphalt is still relatively good, it maintains that quality of the asphalt rather than having that asphalt and the pavement quality deteriorate to the point that you're having to spend a lot of money. Washington and Hunt are examples of letting that deteriorate to the point, not doing that small amount incrementally so that it deteriorates to the point that we have to spend $3 million on a block to reconstruct it.
Back to your point about the key to preventative maintenance.
Yeah.
That you guys were talking earlier.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So chip seal, we talked about our goal is a 15-year cycle to do chip seal. We are not meeting that goal with our current budget level. We are meeting a 30-year cycle. So on the left, you'll see in pink and blue is what we achieved in the last 4 years for chip seal. On the left in orange is what we can achieve in the next biennium with our current budget level, which is a 30-year cycle. On the right, same pink and orange, or sorry, same pink and blue, but the orange on the right is what we can achieve with the additional budget just to achieve that 15-year cycle for the chip seal. So showing the difference between a 15-year cycle and a 30-year cycle and what that additional funding will get us.
I don't know if this is I think it's related. When did the PTSA thing get set up, and does it need to be updated, or do we?
The property tax set aside. So,
Think that?
yep,
So that is ratified or renewed every year by council when you set your property tax levy rate for the following year. You confirm that as well as your continue if you desire the set aside for the council strategic reserve.
Oh, the PTSA is this is strategic reserve, not the.
No, so when you do property tax, you have two different set asides that council will establish. One is for the council strategic reserve, another one is for this PTSA, which is the property tax set aside for grant match for street projects.
Got it. Okay. So every year it gets reviewed.
Yep.
It's always been $330,000.
Yep.
It just seems like if the costs are going up, then maybe that needs to be looked at. It's my thought.
And, you know, if you adjust whatever is going into your strategic reserve or that set aside, it means that you'd be taking it out of the general fund somewhere else.
Yeah.
And Jason, that set aside, you said is used for grant match always and only
Grant match or streets, correct, Cassandra? Yep.
for street?
so this shows the 6 items that make up that pavement preservation program. And the 3 items in green are the ones that we are looking for additional funding sources for. So bringing that, right now to achieve the 30-year chip seal program is 279,000. To bring that down to a 15-year cycle is an additional 250,000 in this biennium, which would then need to continue in order to continue that 15-year cycle in future bienniums. The current overlay program is 315,000. We have in there as well the declined overlay from 23-24 because that was cut. So 850,000 in additional pavement preservation program, which if you think back to the graph, is that a little amount of money to keep our roads up at this condition instead of having them deteriorate to the point that you're spending $3 million to rebuild a roadway that could have been preserved earlier on.
Might wanna, go ahead, Andy.
I was gonna say, do you know what percentage the costs are increasing? As far as, it seems like they're increasing like 5% or 10%, like a lot every year. And if you borrowed money to do that all at once, it seems like, I'm just curious if we looked at the options, because if you're paying 3% on a bond and you're doing it all and catching up, how that affects city. Have we looked at that option as far as like how to fund it, or is that something we gotta discuss in this budget time? Because I wonder at 3.8% is what I saw in the last meeting, if it's cheaper just to do it, catch up. And then you pay that bond off and you're just doing the maintenance, if that's cheaper, then kind of keep up with the cost going up, and just a thought.
It definitely could be. I think that's something we'd have to evaluate. We haven't specifically looked at that, but that is a creative way to potentially fund that.
It's
That'd be a
cheaper,
good thing to
cheaper
do.
money than I'm seeing on inflation
Yeah.
right now. So,
Agree.
I would, I think you'd also have to consider the impact of chip sealing all these roads in 1 or 2 year period. And then you basically restart that clock, you pay it off for 15 years, and then you'd have to do it again, right? Go ahead, Cassandra.
The difficulty with that is typically it's much more difficult to issue any kind of debt for what's considered routine operations and maintenance. Most debt issuers want to finance a capital project. Not saying they're not out there. We could certainly look at that, but you're going to be paying a higher interest rate for looking to issue any kind of a revolving fund or a long-term or even just a short-term debt on an O&M project than you are on a capital.
okay.
The one thing I was also gonna bring up is the $300,000 that the council cut from the 23-24 budget to help us stay balanced. I know if you recall, I think it was Michael and Grisimran came and presented that, and it was a little shocking of how little you got for $300,000, to say the least. So I don't know if you guys have any, you can remember, recall how little you got from that, but it was a couple blocks at 300,000.
It's pretty minimal, unfortunately. But it's times we live in.
But I'm hearing you say it's valid this year to do the preventative maintenance and keep things up in the, what I'm gonna call your sawtooth diagram versus letting it decline. It's gonna cost more. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you gotta weigh the benefits of those. And then the impact to do it and the ability to do it, but it sounds like at some point it has to be done.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then just to respond to Cassandra, is there a way to come up with like if you look at like a program that's really consistently been done, like chip sealing, is there a way to compare, like to see what the actual inflation has been and see how that percentage is that hard to find out? I don't know. Just for something that's a repeat thing.
Anecdotally, I'll tell you that the $250 a year about 5-7 years ago was a 15-year program.
Now it's
Now it's a 30-year.
I mean, to me, so if you were to say, we give a bond, I think, right? The LT, whatever that's called. Anyways, for the like Washington Street, that's not an O&M, that's a replacement improvement. So there's a way to shift general fund money and to get a bond for like stuff that is good competitive interest rates. And then you shift and use the cash to do the budget. There's ways to do that and still, but it's important to be strategic in that, it sounds like. Okay.
It's not like-
Something interesting about chip seal specifically is we kind of talked about it briefly, but it is basically dumping oil on your roadway, which is oil and very, very much tied to the price of oil. In the last 5 years, that probably is the main component of why that cost has gone up so much. And if costs go down, if, oil costs go down, chip seal costs go down. Still the labor costs continue, but there is definitely a material component to that, especially when it's that much of it. Basically, it's rocks and oil. Rocks sometimes go up in price, but oil is very fluctuating, and we just pay whatever, the price of oil happens to be when they look at futures for.
Is that tied to the, whatever that program that they presented to us on the garbage guys with the new tax, is that connected to the price of oil at all?
I know there's what,
Or is that just
climate.
gas?
Yeah, I don't know if the Climate Commitment Act would be on the raw oil that's used in this
Might
type
just
of,
be gas.
yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe not, hard to say.
Is there a standard work analysis that anybody uses in the industry to determine stuff like this? Like when is the right time to do chip seal?
Yes, so that graph, can you go back to it real quick?
Yeah.
Mhm.
We really got into it and it looks a little bit bigger than this. So that left side is PCI, which is Pavement Condition Index.
Mhm.
When we every 2 years rate all of our roadways
Mhm.
to determine what the pavement condition index is. It's based on how many cracks, what types of cracks. There's a program that we have that kind of basically sums all of our inputs up into a number, 1 to 100. And in certain ranges, if you're like 90 to 100, your preventative maintenance is some crack sealing. If you're not 80 to 90, crack sealing, and then you start looking at basically depending on what your number is, it kind of helps you kind of dial in a strategy.
Mhm.
But usually once you can see where the drop off is, you
Yeah.
kind of hit that 50 and you can start to drop below where you can, down below 30 for sure is you're out of overlay range
Mhm.
and you're kind of into the reconstruction range. So there's a whole world that you can dig into this.
No, what I was thinking about is usually, so if I took that chart, I would put a dollar value at each one of those that would tell me, so then I would know what it would cost to do it and how many feet you can do it, right?
Sure.
That would then you could correlate into your budget that would say, okay, we have to do these 3 roads and this is what
Yep.
that dollar value is. And then these next 3 or whatever, they're gonna creep into that in X period of time, right? Based on wear and tear. So that's what I was wondering is if you could build a looking forward plan based on this dollars. I mean,
We-
just kind of thinking my way through it.
We've done some of that analysis. Definitely the kind of rule of thumb that is used in graphs like this is, you spend $1 up above it, it's saving you because you'd be spending $6 to $10
Right, that's what I was
to
wondering.
say, to get you back to what the roadway needs to be. So we've done a little bit of that, and that's a little bit of what we've done with our analysis to date.
Right.
We can probably dig into it more and get more into the numbers as time goes on, but it's something
Mhm.
that, especially for Simran, who's been with us for a year.
Year and a half.
He's really become our pavement preservation expert
Nice.
and is walking through that. We didn't really have much time and capabilities to assess this before, and
Sure.
that's been very helpful to, even coming up with the maps that you see. Those are things that come straight out of the data we gathered, and
Mhm.
he was able to generate a lot of that, something that we really hadn't done before. So we're trying to get more into it to figure out where and how we should be applying the data and the information we get.
Such as increased traffic.
Increased
Wear
traffic.
and tear.
It really comes back to the PCI and the ratings of those roads. And then it kind of kicks back and makes it pretty obvious where you need to start working.
I will say, we're not alone. And you look around the region
Mhm.
and when I say region, pretty much the whole state right now, pavement preservation is what is falling way behind. And this goes really back to the structural deficit problems of the way our budget is set up and what we've been dealing with for over 20 years now. A lot of cities, the way they have combated this is by creating a transportation benefit district. And, you hear TBD and it's like, okay, what is that exactly? There's a couple different ways. It could be on license registration, like vehicle license registration, or it could be a sales tax. And depending on how much that sales tax is, it depends if it's a councilmanic or if it's a vote. But that is something that, we plan on having further discussions with council on the future of, how do you address this specific thing long-term? And just street maintenance in general, because if you're not doing it with your general fund, it frees up those general fund dollars to be used for other things
Right.
like parks or public safety. You're also very expensive general fund
Mhm.
budgets.
Mhm.
So just want to throw that out there. No specific recommendation right now, but as you look at your toolbox of how do you solve some of these things,
Mhm.
there's creative ways, like you just mentioned, Annie, which I think is good to evaluate, but there's also how do we generate the revenue to even pay the debt service
Mhm.
on the way that you brought.
So you guys get excited about this? That's my wheelhouse, so that's what I'm.
That's wonderful. That's We can
On all
stay.
kinds of roads. It'll be fun.
So we have two different usages of our roads.
Mhm.
In town, it's, cars and not heavyweight trucks. But we got the MIC, so is there a different type of road structure or, I know that I believe at Valentine, they use concrete for that intersection. What about the rest of, 142nd and 24th, which are the major roadways? Are they the same type of road structure as in town?
No.
No. Okay.
It would be the quick answer. Do you want longer?
Well, I just,
What's the
I
thickness
can
of
talk.
142nd versus Standard Street?
I think 142nd is somewhere between 10 and 12 inches of pavement.
okay.
Whereas we have about some roads as thin as 2 in town, but our standard is about 6.
Oh, okay.
6.
Well, I think that's good to know because definitely, when you have 16 or 1700 trucks a day or more using that, you have to have the roads.
We also used kind of an enhanced asphalt mix for that roadway up there. That is more appropriate for heavy vehicles. It's got some got fibers that they also added to that help it hold together, and it's a stiffer mix that really is conducive to the heavier weights. And in terms of the asphalt versus concrete, we really looked at trying to get as much concrete out there as we could. We had funding and applied as much concrete funding as we could, specifically that intersection. Intersections are the worst because there's all the turning movements. Asphalt doesn't perform as well under turning movements, so ideally a concrete intersection will just last so much longer. And you don't really want to be in the intersections as often if you can be. It's because it's very, very awful for people trying to get through there. And then usually it's a very inconvenient place to shut down. So it seems like it's done us well so far and had very little maintenance on that. One thing that we have prioritized in our crack seal program is yes, we're looking at some of our Washington streets and other streets around that seem to have a lot of crack seal, but we usually put 142nd and 24th on that. And it's like, well, it's brand new. Why do we need that? Well, that's the kind of time where we need to really add the crack seal maintenance so that if we have any of those little problems, it's sealed up really fast and we don't let them blow up into something bigger because it's so challenging to be out there, right? So inconvenient and just takes a lot of abuse.
It's good information, thanks.
Striping and thermoplastic. So we have annual programs for refreshing all of our striping and thermoplastic markings. That's the thermoplastic
In-house
is,
part of it or all?
no, this is all contracted out. Striping is usually
Right,
contracted,
or somebody, company comes in and does it.
or the county striping. If we can get the county to come out and do it,
Mhm.
we'll have that. Thermoplastic is out for bid for a contractor. So that's all the crosswalks and the symbols. Sidewalk program. So you'll see this is also a compilation of 6 different
Hey, Jeff, can you move the
Little corner window.
The box.
Thank you.
6 different
What city we're in,
items.
the logo, how about, not like it belongs there.
And they're not all out of the general funds. You'll see the 408, some of those are out of storm. So as we have sidewalk improvements frequently that has influence with curbs and storm improvements. So there is a storm component in a couple of those that are the Fund 408 ones. This one actually is straight across the same from this biennium. We maintain the same budget on it and we'll get as much done as we can with that same budget.
That project's currently got to go get started.
Yeah.
With this biennium.
West Valley Highway sidewalks. This one is another one looking for a new funding source. This is the sidewalks on the east side of West Valley at the south end there. The sidewalks, there's a hillside there that is failing. So we've got a geotechnical engineer working on that now, to find a solution that we can construct hopefully in the next biennium to really avoid losing those sidewalks and possibly West Valley as the hillside and roadway will continue to shift. So that one's an important one for our north-south corridors and West Valley and all the traffic there. And maintaining that pedestrian corridor on there as well. Sound transit sidewalks, illumination. So this is the last of the sound transit money that we currently have, and it's focused on illumination improvements. The map on the right side is kind of the areas that we've already done with some examples of what we've already done. So we are potentially looking at using some of this for some illumination in Hops Alley. To go along with that Hops Alley project and maybe stretch our lodging tax money and Hops Alley and Heritage Park a little bit further. Operations facility, decant facility. So this is currently under construction, building the new decant on the north parcel of the operations facility. It is mostly funded by storm. It is scheduled to be complete early next year. Contract's moving along really well. White River Point Bar design. So this is the next phase of White River that's between Stewart Road Bridge and the Habitat project. So this is in moving into design and right away acquisition. So we've been procuring all those properties piece by piece, continuing to do that and working on the design. Because this will go to construction after the next Habitat project that will be going to bid later this year or early next year. So this is design and it's funded by grants. White River Setback Levy Habitat. This is design and construction, finishing up the design and getting it out to bid for construction in the next 2 years throughout the biennium and continuing on beyond that. It's about a 4-year project of construction. So this is this is funded by grants primarily with the storm component as well, which could be also offset by some of the golf course sale, but currently it's shown as storm. Another, I can't go back without saying how monumental that one is as well. I mean, we talked Stewart Road Bridge and the monumentalness of that. This is another similar project of the monumental and you know, I stepped into it when I came here, but the work that went into this and the partnering that went into this for so many years and to get buy-in from the tribes and the support that truly monumental, and it'll change and benefit so much of the city and the MIC and just the habitat as a whole, which is just monumental. So to get this one going and to know that this is part of our city is just phenomenal.
And this one is unique, and it looks like this one, like the Stewart Road is mostly grants. This one is actually quite a bit of the storm. So this is more, not as much partnerships. Is that the difference, or?
This is a lot of grants. This is
It's 25 million, but just the percentage wise, it's not 90%, which is, I'm not that you guys do great. I'm not saying not a critical. I'm just curious. It's like fantastic. I just want to figure out why the other one, is there more cities and things that are involved and this one is less, like, and
this one I think has 3 or 4 other granting agencies that are partnering with us. You know, you saw the laundry list from Stewart Road. But the partners that we have on this one are also very strong.
Is this the biggest, out of the phases, the biggest one that we have to bear, like, in our stormwater?
This is a big hit to storm.
It is, it's, okay, because I know there's all these phases and a lot of it's grant and a lot of it's partnerships and I can't keep track of it, but this is the one that probably is directly more us compared percentage wise, right?
Well, I think it's too early to tell on the point bar and the setback levy, because, we're still in early design on those, so then we'll
Okay.
be going out for grants on those, but if we're unsuccessful in grants on those, then those would, it would fall back to storm funds. I do think they're gonna be very competitive, because remember, the bridge and the habitat, we're kind of doing the bookends right now, but the middle ones have to be done for the whole system to function the way that both of those bookends are designed.
Right.
So, truly a monumental project. The largest PSAR grant ever given out in the state is to us for this project. That's $15 million. And they're willing to, they've been working with us for 5 years, and I think if we needed additional funds, they'd be very supportive, is what they've expressed. So.
So that 15 million could go up, because there's still more.
Could go up, or could be, makes us very competitive for reapplying for that grant for the point bar and the levee project.
Okay.
This doesn't reflect, so currently it's not shown any water contribution on this in the budget. There was a lot of moving pieces with, does this give us credit for water rights? Can we put water budget towards this? That's not what's reflected now. I think there's still moving pieces in that. On, does that all go to storm? Is there a water component? That's still moving pieces.
So do you think this 43 million is gonna be spent this biennium, or it's just kind of, we're just moving forward and it's moving at the pace it moves at, or
No, I think the 4 to 3 million will be spent.
it'll be spent?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we got started this year, and I think we're gonna, the ground running next year and the year after, it's gonna be pretty, we're putting that project out to bid late this year, early next year.
Got it. Is this is this phase 2? Is there a number on it? It's just called setback levy here, but I'm trying to, we just did phase 1 and then we did a change order on phase 1, and is this phase 2, but it's called setback levy?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's all called setback levy 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, thank you. Okay, that's what I'm just
It
making
all
sure.
comes out of the same pot,
Got it. Okay.
but,
Not very creative always with our names.
no.
You know, that's right.
He's got 3 kids named Jack.
Regarding the grants question, our society is set up to spend money on transportation projects. This is not one of those. And I think that's really one of the reasons why we couldn't get a lot of grants. We're getting, floodplain money. We're getting, those kind of funds from places where you can get flood zone rural district money. They're also not used to spending that much money on projects because it's just dirt and plants,
So,
right? It's just moving dirt around and putting in plants. Well, we have a lot of dirt and a lot of plants to put in. We're in 6 figures of plants, of number of quantity of plants that we're putting in for this project. So that's just really a very monumental scale for what they usually see for these sorts of projects.
Yeah, I think that's a good story to tell. We have so many plants going into this, we have to pre-procure them with nurseries ahead of time, because they don't produce them
many.
that's this many. That's how many plants are going to this project.
Well, it's
monumental.
huge.
It's
I
epic.
mean, look at that. It's huge.
Epic. That's the word for Public Works for the day is epic.
So,
What about the rest of it?
so with this project, since we have so much products coming in, how much is the sales tax anticipated to be that we'll collect on that?
Oh,
That's a Cassandra.
I have not calculated that yet.
because it's a construction project is what you're saying, right?
It's a construction project, so
Get a little bit of
Thousands of dollars of plants coming.
keeping in mind that of our current 9.5% rate,
Yeah,
we only get
I know.
10% of that.
I understand that,
But still,
but
it's
it
gonna be,
they might bump some of those top 5 off the list when those.
You'll
plants
see a
come
little
in.
spike.
Yeah,
I think of that. You get grant funded, but you still get the sales tax.
yeah. So so there's money. out there.
I know.
a lot less monumental, but still important, is 63rd Court East Storm Drain. So that's off of Parker Road. This is a project that's been on the books that we need to get to construction. So we intend to do that early next year. This will reduce flooding and improve our collection system in that vicinity. It's hard to jump from White River to 63rd.
Opposite
Is
end
that a
of the
replacement though, or is that something, new?
What was that?
the 63rd Street, there's no current storm drains there, or is that an upgrade or something?
It's always
I
been
mean-
wonky.
Yeah, I know.
Since they built this, it's always been wonky.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, you're putting a whole new section in now, storm drains.
yeah,
From Parker Road.
This is a reroute, right?
yeah, I think that one's the reroute.
We have a diagonal,
That's across the
Yeah,
property on the
storm.
corner.
storm route that runs almost close to under a house, at least under a garage at least. So it was always not a very, probably good idea.
Yeah.
So we're looking to reroute that so that we don't have the risk. I think it's bad material too. It might even be a CMP. I have to go back and look.
It's an old drainage district that we threw a line through and then we mudded it. And so now this is the idea to get rid of it and fill it,
Yep, take
get
care
out from
of,
underneath houses.
yep. It just presents a potential liability.
I mean, we're not under it, but there's no access. How's that? It's in
Sure.
the neighborhood, no access.
North of Valley or south of, where's it on Main Street?
Yeah, where's that at?
Parker Road.
Parker
Is
and
it north of Main Street or south?
So kind of by the senior center.
by the
Oh,
Senior center.
south of Main.
Okay, right there, okay.
So this is 64th Culverts, which is
I know, I mean, north.
Wonky. Wonky.
Let's wait for the sidebars to end. 64th East Culvert Improvements. This is the culverts associated with the 166 roundabouts. We've separated that out in case we could get this done separately from the roundabouts, get it done early, get other grant funding, which we continue to pursue. So like the rest of the 166 roundabouts, on a kind of a slow burn for design.
Lisa, when we talk about culverts here, I just want to make sure that council, we're relocating a creek
Yeah, this is Salmon Creek in that culvert.
that runs too close to the road, the freeway right now, and then this gets it directly into the other storm improvements we've made in there.
Thanks, Jason.
It's
So now-
very significant.
Yes.
What's the bargain for 10,000? That's cheap.
It's just the design.
It's Salmon Creek Restoration. This is the design continuing on, design and property acquisition in the Salmon Creek watershed, removing the culverts, the narrow culverts there that are not attractive for the salmon in that stream and making bigger fish passages in that, along that stream. So this effort is continuing on in design. Double. Drainage District 11 treatment. So this is not a standalone project. This is a source for improving treatment that we will tag on to other projects that happen in this Drainage District 11, which is the eastern part of the city. So as we have other projects that are in there, we will pull from this to improve treatment so that we can improve the water quality over there for storm. Wastewater treatment facility decant. Now this is under storm. And why is it at wastewater treatment facility? But it's storm. That is the current decant facility. And when it was constructed, it connects into the wastewater treatment facility in a location that it should not be. That makes it problematic for the wastewater treatment facility. So in order, we are going to start planning and looking at a solution on how to fix that. Ultimately, it'll likely mean a little mini lift station up there to get it rerouted. So it comes in at a better location at the headworks.
And if I could just add to that one, we were already looking at the improvements needed to move the discharge of this from the aeration basins out to the headworks. But recently DOE has approved additional water quality requirements that are going to become a challenge for us to treat. And this is one of the larger contributors of some of these. We're going to start seeing restrictions on PFAS, chromium, copper, aluminum, 6PD, Michael mentioned all these earlier. Much of those things are found in the discharge from our street sweepings, and that right now is going straight into the aeration basin. So now this project is picking up a little bit more steam because of these coming requirements.
That's just the design portion, or
It's not designed yet. It is,
it's just planning, it's
planning.
pre-designed.
yeah.
Right. So that's like staff time. Or is it,
A little bit of staff time and a little bit of consulting.
there'll be some.
Try basically more of a schematic design. If you wanna kind of relate it to something like, what exactly do we wanna do here? Do we wanna put a pump station here? Do we, how can we reroute it? Is there, what could be done? What we have, we don't have a firm, just like, this is what we have to do now. Now figure out all the elevations. It's,
Got it.
I don't even really
Conceptual.
know how we wanna do this. We wanna keep it pretty broad so that when we decide what we wanna do, then we can kind of continue on that process. We really don't know how, it could be big, it could be small, it just depends on what we end up deciding as an option, what are our options and how much do they all cost?
CIP program update. So we have at our 5-year interval for updating our storm CIP. So we got to get that redone. So we gives us a whole new slew of storm projects to work on.
And that's a requirement that we update that.
Yeah.
What's the C stand for?
Auto lane sewer force main replacement. So this is replacing the small force main on auto lane, which is a habitual maintenance issue that our crews have to go out and regularly jet. So this is upsizing that to get rid of that maintenance issue. That'll be construction. Sewer main replacement rehabilitation. So this is not tied to a specific project. This is set aside so that when it need arises, we can use this to fix problems. There's a couple like this both here and some of the other utilities that are this kind of not allocated to a specific project, but used in emergency to treat issues. We looked at these, we were asked to take another look at these line items and really, instead of looking at, okay, well, we had this much budgeted last biennium, we'll just budget the same amount or up it. But rather than do that, we really looked at, historically, what did we spend on these? And what is reasonable, did we spend what we had? If we didn't, we're taking that down. And so we cut those budgets down already to really represent what we have spent historically.
And this one specifically, we are working on the sewer jet study, and that was part of the last biennium's, their current biennium's efforts, and that's something that Ryan's been working on. Out of that, basically, here's all of our places that we jet on a regular basis. What should we do with all those? Out of that, basically comes a planning document and says, all right, what are the worst? What are the easiest ones to take care of? Here's that money for that to be able to start tackling the first two or however many we can get down to in a reasonable fashion.
Lift station improvements. So this is a combination of various lift station improvements throughout the city. For gate adjustments, pump replacements, communications. So there's various details that make up this one lift station improvements line item for various equipment. Lift station 3 improvements, that one specifically broken out because it's potentially more problematic. So lift station 3 is at the corner of Elman 160th on the outside of the curve right next to the creek. Which is problematic location for a lift station, especially in if there were power outages. Not only is it a problem, but it could be an environmental problem. So it is evaluating that lift station, which has a lot of equipment that's end of service life and it's becoming obsolete. Is this the right location for that lift station? So evaluating, doing some planning, and then moving into design on that lift station 3.
Real quick, does everybody understand what a lift station's purpose is?
Pumps. Doesn't it pump?
Sewer goes uphill.
So it elevates it again, so then the gravity, okay, just wanna make sure.
And that picture is the flushable rags that are non-flushable.
There you go.
Yeah. But our city has it's very flat. If you haven't noticed, and so we don't need to do a lot of pumping, but because it's so flat, we can just kind of get it going a bit. So they're very, very small pumps that are in our lift stations, but basically we get the things to gravity flow, and eventually we just have to get it up a little bit more so it can kind of continue gravity flowing. So a little different than a lot of other cities that have a lot of hills and valleys. Very important to getting waste to the treatment plant.
Can I clarify that, oh, you had your hand up before.
Is there a lift station for the products from Bonnie Lake, or is that all, has that all been?
Should be gravity.
Let the expert handle that one.
Once it gets to the valley,
Inside of Bonnie Lake city limits, there are a number, I think they're up to 26, 27 lift stations. There is one lift station that is their largest, that is the last stop for wastewater leaving Bonnie Lake, and it's big enough to get it up over the hill there at Veterans Memorial Drive and 410, and then it's gravity from there all the way to the treatment.
Okay, so we don't have any that we have to maintain.
No.
Once-
We make that good.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they own that pipe all the way to the headworks. And right at the headworks is where we take possession of it and we meter it. There's meters on both sides, on the Sumner side and on the Bonnie Lake side, and see what's water quality and quantities coming into the plant. Yeah, that's where the magic happens.
I was gonna have to clarify that sewer main replacement, that $1 million one, that sounds like it's not specific because it's things that just come up in the 2 years. Is that how I understand it? The other ones are all specific, like lift station, this is more the problem areas that we expect to have to repair. Am I getting that?
Which one was that?
The one that says sewer main replacement rehab.
It's the $1 million basic.
Yeah.
Said it was for
Yes.
big,
Okay, it's vague, it's intentionally specific, okay, that makes sense.
Sewer replacement west of Cherry. So this is a failing sewer line that runs between Academy and Harrison, west of Cherry, right on the east side of Sound Transit property. So this is failing at the north end, and we are needing to replace that. We are almost done with the design. We'll be moving into construction, and that construction may continue into next year. So that's what this item is for.
Will it be completed before the parking garage is fully
Yes.
completed?
I think we have plenty of time to make that happen.
Say, start putting concrete in there.
Yes,
Don't wanna
it'll-
have to redo.
We are getting ready to put this one out to bid soon.
Okay, good.
Harrison and State Side Sewer Connection. This is designed, we all groan. So, in the middle of that shaded area, you see a red line that runs at the back side of the properties. That's the side sewer. That is what all of those properties are connected to, and that side sewer is failing. You see it up on State and down in Harrison on the front side of those properties, there is sewer that those houses can connect into. So this line item is designing a fix for that. That fix may be in some part fixing a portion of that side sewer. And it may also be replumbing all those houses out to the street in front. But because it is ours, the city's side sewer that's failing, it is our responsibility, not the homeowners. So it's a challenging one. It's not our typical, it's not replacing the sewer in the street. It is, talking to all of those homeowners and finding a solution that works for them and their yards and their landscaping and.
There's a couple of them already hooked up though,
Yeah.
but
So-
not all of them did it. When we
Correct.
did that project 10 years ago. whatever.
So yeah, that was anticipated at the time that, all right, we're gonna set ourselves up so that this line eventually gets abandoned in the alley. Not alley. But as folks have come in, if there's been opportunities to have them flipped to be done in the front, that's fine, but how often do people change the plumbing of their house, right? So great when those opportunities arose, but now we're really getting to the point where that line is not just end of life, it's actually dying. to the point where we can't maintain it anymore. So looking at, all right, now it's been great to get a few people off. We need to figure out how to get everybody else off or a great portion of them off so that we don't have a continual maintenance issue. We had the line plug. There was really very minimal access to it when it did plug earlier this year. And there's no real access to the top of the line. It's very challenging. It's in people's backyards. There's sheds and fences and trees and all sorts of stuff. You know, people have their backyard on top of it. If we're going to do any digging, it's going to be maneuvering around or through a lot of that stuff. So looking at most likely trying to replumb a few or many of these houses so that we can just abandon that line in the back and never have to deal with it again.
So is $400,000 enough? Because I think as any project, you know, it sounds like it could be a little, but then if you're, you know, all these established yards, I just wonder if that's enough.
So do we.
It's difficult to estimate. Everybody's house is gonna be a little bit different. And we might end up making some decisions near especially near the, you know, the east end of the line of, do we want to turn these people around now or later, or what portion do we want to abandon? So there's some design work that has to go into figure out what that scope is. We figured we took our best estimate. 400,000 seemed a decent number. Use as a placeholder.
Moving in a wastewater treatment facility, so
Right.
want a break?
Yeah, this is actually the best place for a break. 5 minutes.
You're like 75% through it.
We're getting there.
No.
Okay.
Okay, wastewater treatment facility. This is equipment replacement. This is similar to some of the other items we've talked about. This is not a specific project. It is, as failures occur, this is where, the money would be pulled from.
Is any of this or all of it part of the $16 million upgrade?
No,
No.
there is one line item on the budget
So
for
this
that.
is mostly in addition to all that.
Yes,
This
but
is everything else that breaks.
Oh,
yeah.
the rest of it, you know?
But all of these you will see on the numbers sheet that you have is split 54% to Bonnie Lake. So you'll see that over in the column to the right with grants or other contributions from other jurisdictions. So it's split. Wastewater treatment facility access controls and cameras. So this is improving the security out there and making sure that we are protecting our asset out there and keeping that safe. Wastewater treatment facility planning. So as you know, the facilities was built in 1956 and 72. It's below the floodplain. So we need to pay some attention, start paying some attention to this facility and start planning for what do we need to do to replace some of these buildings in the future. So not design, it's planning, but it's starting to think about and turn our attention towards that facility for improvements in the coming years.
You can see right there, that one building on the right looks like higher than the one on the left. That's because the one on the right was built recently and was built up above the floodplain. Building F is
The one
not.
on the left looks like it's leaning into the river. It's gonna slide on in, you won't have a problem.
F is for flood.
When I'm there on Tuesdays, the little
Yeah.
work area I sit in is in F. It's
Right under.
great.
That's right where you are, right underneath the F.
Right underneath the F.
Another thing that the challenge with these older buildings, they've been modified so many times, is there's no way to effectively secure them from vermin. The doors have rotted out so much you can't even replace the doors anymore, so we've actually completely walled up door openings in some cases. It's just they've lived a hard life,
So what do? You can't move a sewer. Can you?
but you could tear down that building and build a new one. Yeah. It's more purpose-built.
And really no joke about the rats. I mean, the plant electrician sits at the other end of building F and rats were a very real problem, actively running through his office.
Oh my gosh.
That's awful.
It's not
I'd never make it.
I think underneath.
A bunch of screaming.
Sitting on his desk.
Sits on top of, it's got a very large storm water vault. That's what's on the floor underneath him.
Yep.
Underneath the floor that he's working
Wow.
on. I mean, you wouldn't really know it, but there's these big hatches in the ground. If you lift them up, you're like, wow, look at that. It's a lot of interesting stuff down there, and, it's 70 years old or
Yeah.
what have you, so.
Wow.
Yeah, it's an
Amazing.
interesting place. And it also rats are attracted to sewage. So that adds to, it's a place where rats are, they could have a problem.
So this is where, there is quite a few people who work down here and we need to make sure that where they're working is a nice place to work. Wastewater treatment facility, VFD, variable frequency drive replacements. So these are installed in 2005. They're now obsolete beyond service life. The next few slides and items in here, there's quite a few that are obsolete beyond service life. So it's maintenance and making sure we are current and up to date. Aeration basin actuators, another one, 2005. They're not supported anymore and they're beyond their service life. Aeration basin mixers, beyond service life. So like I said, it's repeat.
And you can actually see the picture on the left there where it says old. If you look at those blades on that mixer, they're actually worn down. That's
Yeah.
not how they came. You know, they're just not able to perform the way they were when they were installed 20 years ago or whatever. So real issues there.
Aeration basin pumps and splitter box. So end of service life on the pumps, and then splitter box would be modified.
I like the body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clarifiers, so this, these are corroding, so they'll be replaced with stainless steel tubs.
That was part of that first image on the cover page, what they were working on. Is that There's the part, there's a tub on the bottom of it. that needs to replace too that they couldn't replace at that time. So that's what this is.
Disinfection and discharge, this is the UV system. It's the end of service life and no longer supported. And then the slide gate channel is corroded. So fixing that to be a material that's not, doesn't have corrosion issues. Biosolids maintenance. So this is not the biosolids modernization. This is maintenance of other pieces of that system. Centrifuge scroll and TPS pumps. So that's rehabilitating the scroll so that there's redundancy. We don't want to have a critical system that's out at the wastewater treatment. There needs to be redundancy. Some flow meter replacement that can't effectively pump. It was installed wrong and doesn't read correctly, so that needs to be fixed.
So what if all this stuff did go down? I mean, that would be a shitty mess in this town, wouldn't it?
Said it.
Kind of like that blade brought new meaning to the words tough shit.
Yeah.
Said they were worn. I thought, oh boy, pardon my language. But I'm just I'm looking at this going, this could be a mess. Oh my gosh, I would hate for anybody to argue about maintaining this place. I'd have to move. I can do it.
Can't move.
Holy moly, you're better off on that side of the bridge. You got a river between you and all this.
But I think with this one, we'll talk about what happens if this fails, because there is some immediate real consequences of this one.
There has to be.
Biosolids maintenance, this is the gravity thickener coating, so another corrosion issue. And then
This is what I'm talking about.
the biosolids equipment modernization. So this is the other big project. So
It's huge.
the big project at the wastewater treatment facility, that is a very big deal. So this is replacing the dryer and other equipment and the new building. Again, a reminder, Bonnie Lake's responsible for 54% of it, just like the other ones. This one, we applied for a Public Works Trust Fund loan for the funding on it, and we were not successful.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So they're the 9.99 million and we're the 8.5.
What's the dollar, I can't find the dollar amount for the disinfection and discharge. What is that? Am I missing that? Okay.
Top of page 3. Yeah. Or the last page, it's not the last page, UV system replacement.
Oh, is it called UV? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called, oh, I'm looking at it.
Differently titled.
Wow. That's big. That has to be taken care of.
So for this one, the 8.5 million is Sumner's portion
Correct.
only.
Correct.
Okay.
And then that's theirs.
But is that theirs or is that grant?
That's theirs. They're funny.
So that grant column includes
Oh,
other
other,
jurisdiction contributions, including Bonnie Lake.
thank you.
And all those numbers, I'm assuming given to Bonnie Lake. They know.
Yes.
Yep. So, well, we didn't get the Public Works Trust Fund loan. We regrouped early as yesterday and we're coming up with, this project can't stop. So how do we fund it? And we've also been having some early discussions with Bonnie Lake. So that's something that we'll be coming back to council in the not too distant future on how what are our other funding options for this.
Wow.
I'm curious, why the city of Sumner is looking for the loan, and can't Bonnie Lake do the same thing?
They did apply.
Oh,
and
okay.
Shockingly, they scored exactly what we scored.
Mhm.
I think we have some good grant writers that, help them out. But there was just so many asks according to Ryan said in that meeting.
Wow.
Yeah, so
Talk to the trust fund loan people. but-
Yeah, I had a debrief with the Public Works Board yesterday. For the biennium, the Public Works Board had requested 400 million from the state for funding projects for the 2 years. 60% of that went out in the first round. In the second round, it was roughly the other 40%. There was a total of about 147 million available for loans. They had 58 applications that were requesting almost 250 million. So obviously a really great need. And in evaluating the projects, there was also a lot of cities that were considered hardship communities that had very good applications, and they were able to get a lot of funds awarded for those projects. In my debrief yesterday, the Public Works Board encouraged us, of course, to apply again. They said that we had a very good and competitive application. But compared to some of the other projects and some of the other need, especially with the hardship communities, we just didn't show quite as good. So we did score high enough to be in what they call the award threshold. Had there been enough funds, we would got it. We were less than 3 points out.
Oh,
We
really?
missed it by less than 3 points. It's unfortunate, but we have some ideas we're vetting and we'll be back.
And while it's unfortunate, I mean, it was a very nice low interest loan, but it was still a loan.
It was a low, yeah.
So, I mean, if, the other options we're exploring are loans and it just might not be as competitive of an interest rate. There's probably more to come on that, but it's not like a grant where, we really lost the entirety of somebody else's money coming to our community. It's more just it would have been a nicer loan than the one we'll probably be looking at if we end up going out and getting it that way.
So I think we went on a tour maybe 2 years ago. The council went to the wastewater treatment plant, and I know that dryer was discussed. So was it included in any earlier budgets requests?
So I'll make sure I'm not sure if I'll answer your question, but it's, I'm gonna try.
Okay.
So the last biennium, we began the design phase of the project. And we've essentially gotten to the point where we were able to go out, we put a bid out to procure the dryer itself. That's the actual unit that's gonna replace that one. We had to do that first because we needed to know which of the dryers of the ones that were options would be chosen, so that then we could basically design a conveyor belt system and all the processes
So you had to
around that.
redesign the whole system.
So-
there instead of you're not just buying a new dryer and. putting it
Right.
in. Okay.
Right, it's a little more complicated. It's not just a plug and play. Instead, you basically say, all right, this is the thing that's gonna be the centerpiece of the room. Now, what's the room look like around it? And that's part of our design. So we are about to sign the contract with Comline Sanderson, which is the company that won the bid for the actual dryer component. They will be giving us specifications. We'll hand it to our design engineer consultant, and they will design all of the systems around it so that it all works in concert.
Oh, okay. Well,
So
that-
we're walking through the process. It's just, we're not quite there yet. We're close. We're much close. We're expecting to, when are we expecting to be out to bid?
So for construction,
Yeah.
I mean, initially, we were looking at January 2025. I think that's pushing a little bit because it's taken a little bit longer to get Comline under contract to get the production of the dryer going.
Right.
But I feel reasonably sure that by springtime of 2025, we're out to bid for construction.
Well, that's good, because, just understanding that it's not just the dryer, you're having to redesign the whole area.
When do you need the funds for that? So if we didn't get the trust fund thing and you put it up for bid, like when do you do you pay when it's completed, or do you pay a down payment, or how do you normally?
So for the purchase of the dryer itself, there are certain milestones in the manufacturing process where we would begin to give them a certain percentage of the total cost. And I'd have to look back up at exactly what that is. The final payment and I believe it's the largest percentage of that payment is due when it's delivered on site. The rest of it would just be, the payment to the contractor for the construction would just be, monthly pay estimates after the project begins construction, just be. monthly.
How long? It looks like it takes like 3 to 6 months to get funding for a normal kind of loan. Is that right? From that last presentation we had a bit ago?
Yes.
One of the things we're looking at, Andy, is cash flow, and do we put it out to bid and maybe be able to cover some of those initial costs and then pay ourselves back when we borrow the money? Because there's another public works trust fund loan round next year, so that's one of the things that we're evaluating too. So, just real quick, can one of you speak to if this thing quit working tomorrow, and we couldn't get it back into service, what's the impact?
Take a crack, you want me to?
Well, I'll start and then you can tag in. So this dryer gives us the ability to distribute Class A biosolids, which is an inert product anybody can come and grab a shovel full of and go throw on their yard. If we don't have the dryer, then we can't produce Class A biosolids. So that means that what we're producing is Class B biosolids. Class B biosolids requires us to dispose of it in certain places that are approved for disposal. The only pitch with that is we don't have a permit to be able to get rid of Class B solids in that manner. And the state is not issuing permits to be able to do that. So we're stuck in a really hard place. And by hard, I also mean expensive if that machine were to go down. To be honest with you, I don't know exactly right now what we would do tomorrow if that thing were to go down, because we're in a real bind as far as disposal of those biosolids is concerned. Anything to add there? So
Typically,
enough?
yeah,
Yeah.
that adequately bleak. We do have, there are options of places to go with it, whether or not that we get a permit. I wonder what they would say
Yeah.
if we were like, oh, we have no choice. But it would, a lot of it is all over on the other side of the mountains, in eastern Washington. There's places where people regularly dispose of this, and we would have to ask permission to be part of that, but it would definitely be a challenge, and it's definitely an operational challenge. Even if we got that process going, it's like, okay, there's getting it over to the east side of the mountains, is trucking it over and all this kind of stuff. So it's
But
very
the
awkward.
time lapse, I mean, it's gotta come out of those tanks and go up in that dryer, right? And
That
so,
doesn't stop it showing up.
exactly.
Right.
So I mean, I'm thinking, back to my earlier statements, pick your hill you gotta get up on, cause it's gonna be a stinky mess down here until you can get that done.
We
Right?
will-
Cause it would just keep, it can only fill up so much.
We will look at our options, and maybe there's a short-term stopgap sort of option if it's
But
not
don't
one.
flush.
That is one.
We would likely be declaring an emergency.
Yeah, we'd have to.
At that point and getting in
Health
contact with the
safety.
state. So yeah, it'd be very costly in the interim until we got the dryer. So that's why, you know, we've put a lot of Band-Aids on this over the years. This is something that we gotta keep on moving forward on.
Boy,
And I
Public Works Trust Fund loan or not, right? It's all
Yeah.
dead, like Michael said.
And I am down at the plant all the time. Staff is daily babysitting this plant, ordering parts from some of the, we're almost at the point where we're turning to eBay and resources like that for some of our parts. They're doing an amazing job of keeping this machine moving forward and working for us, but we are quite literally day to day.
wow.
We've had software issues with the machine. We've had, I mean, it literally is kind of feel like it's coming apart at the seams. So we are definitely understanding that we need to get this taken care of.
Food trucks.
It's a major thing for them on a regular daily basis.
So when you're talking costly, what are you talking, what is you estimate, or is it just?
Now, let's assume that the state would give us some kind of emergency permit. It's a little hard to put a dollar amount to, but it would be staff time to load trucks, just about a significant portion of that staff person's time would be loading trucks and then paying to have it delivered on the other side of the mountains. I don't have an exact number
And
for
would
that,
it
but
have to be done daily or weekly or?
solids are
monthly?
coming off of that every day.
So you'd have to,
And Class B is not as dewatered as Class A, so
So
we
it's
wouldn't really
the
have
weight?
an option to stockpile it. It would just turn into a kind of
Right.
mess. So it would have to be going all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I was involved in something in another state and we just lined the trucks up. And they just had to start going, yeah, and they just had to travel. I mean, because people don't stop living, and we got the hill, we got down here, it's a disaster. It's a health issue.
So it would definitely not be fun.
Yeah, I think it'd be all the time. That's just me. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff over there.
It's a lot of stuff.
We maybe shut off Bonnie Lake for a few days.
I'm buying pump trucks if that goes down. I'm going, I'm getting pump trucks.
Shut up, Val.
That would be nice.
All right.
Okay, so we have made it through sewer onto our last utility. So we are on to water. So watershed vegetation management. So we are getting started on this fall. Will likely continue into next year. This is removing hazard trees and invasives in the watershed. So when Michael mentioned before, we're working with Green River in the watershed. This is some of their effort has contributed to this of making sure that we have looked at invasives and making sure we're taking care of our forest. Earthquake control valves at the south tank. This one is entirely funded by FEMA. This is one that will also be getting to bid this fall, but will continue into next year. We hope.
FEMA's been challenged to work. We're getting there. Yes.
So this is tank recoating, foundation improvements, reinforced concrete foundation. So this one, we are anxious to get going. Replacement of water mains. This is, again, one that's not tied to any specific project, but will be used in the event of deterioration, failure, or other emergency condition. South well improvement. So that's our south well house that is in need of some love.
That's so cute.
So we are wanting to get going on some design for a new well house, a metering vault with upgraded mechanical and electric systems.
Need some gingerbread trim.
Does it
right?
need shutters?
Maybe we can do that on the new one,
It's a nice Christmas.
Shutters.
Where is it located?
just outside of Knutson Farms.
Oh, there's a- Wow.
Additional water rights acquisition. So this is continuing to acquire water rights similar to what we've been doing with Sunoco. So this is the same fund that would be coming out of, and this is just continuing that effort. Hydrant and isolation valve upgrades. This one again, not tied to a specific project, but replacing as needed. Town Center Utility and Wooners project. So we are done with construction on TCUW, but the legal fees for ongoing litigation continue. So this is set aside for that. North tank ladder. So the interior access ladder to the north tank is deteriorating and corroding. So this is to replace that. This one is in design now. We'll go to construction next year to replace that ladder with a access stair that is more safe and in a material that shouldn't corrode. Water system security. So this is design and construction for protecting our watershed. It's a valuable asset resource and we need to make sure that we are fencing it and protecting that. Sumner Springs improvements. We've done a lot of work at Sumner Springs in the last couple of years, but there's still some few minor improvements still to do on the metering vault to finish that up.
So $500,000 in fencing, is that more just fencing for the watershed security?
On that one, yeah, it's just fencing. There was some discussion about potentially installing some cameras, but I believe the money that we put in here for now was just for fencing of the watershed.
It's a lot of fence.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
Viewpoint tank to 171st. So this is 8-inch ductile iron water main from Viewpoint tank to 171st to provide adequate fire flow capacity in that neighborhood.
Picture.
Armin put that one in emphasis.
That's why we need a new water main up there.
Yeah.
It's catches on fire.
Yeah.
It'll burn until we get that water main, right?
Hope not.
Hope so.
159th Riverside to 76. This is replacing a old 4-inch steel water main with an 8-inch water main.
I think this is a good reminder, Riverside Drive is not in the city limits, but it is in our water service area. So this is one of those examples that we have to maintain our water and our sewer infrastructure outside our city limits, that it's in our service area.
So we don't provide sewer to most anybody in the county, but we do provide water.
Correct.
How much, how quite a lot of customers or?
Look into the back of the room, they might. How many non-city water customers?
Non-city water customers? Yeah, I don't know. Several hundred. I
Okay,
think there's 300 that are sewer only that are Bonnie Lake water, Sumner sewer. And there's probably double that are Sumner water that are in the county. So 500 to 600 maybe, just a ballpark guess.
yeah.
And they pay extra on their
They
utility.
pay an extra 15% on their water bill when they're county residents.
Are we gonna pay an extra 15% when we hook up to City of Puyallup? For the cemetery? Probably are, huh?
We might.
Yeah, we might.
Weird.
Still cheaper than hooking it into our water system.
No, that's-
So last project slide, water communications upgrade. So this is 2 lines that we kind of put together to hopefully avoid some confusion as so we're converting all communications to cellular for the water system. But we are also upgrading the Central Well and Derringer Well radios for redundancy. So water system's critical, we need redundancy. The radios are that redundancy. But in order to keep current, everything's going cellular.
Cellular would be the primary communication method. It's the most reliable, not in the middle of a disaster. During a disaster or whatever sort of outage, it's great to have video backup.
So this is my favorite slide. I say that it's that $124 million. When I finally totaled all of this up and got to that, it's heavy. It kind of felt like a big weight on my shoulders. It's heavy. The grant number made me feel a little bit better. But it's heavy. I this morning did a quick I was like, curiosity, okay, what's Puyallup's capital budget like? What's Bonnie Lake? What is Fife? 25 billion capital budget?
25
Million.
Here.
Or 125.
And we're what, but you
So
know
our
what?
numbers are
That's-
good.
That's not all of our capital budget. That's not parks. That's not our operations facility. That is not our full capital budget. If our full capital budget is closer to 200. And our people, neighboring cities that are larger than us are 25.
It really speaks to the hard work of our engineering division in securing grants. I mean, grants are kind of, there's a double feeling about grants, because it's like, yeah, we go out and apply for grants and then, oh wait, we got it. Now we have to do the work, but they're really good for our community. I mean, we just found out this week, it's not even in this presentation, of another grant that we got, that's two grants totaling 800 and some $1,000 that are going to help us start addressing, neighborhood traffic and not traffic calming, right? Free money. That is something that we all hear a lot about from our residents. So it's like, how do you turn that down when you get it? It's like, but then you got to manage that with everything else. And you see it on their eyes when you go down into the public works department. And when you talk about doing in-house design, yeah, we have capable people to do some of these things, but they are spread so thin managing what we have.
I mean, this number is, it's exciting of all the projects that we've talked about, of what we've got coming. They're exciting projects from, White River and Stewart and operations, which we haven't talked about, to, 63rd Storm, which is, they're all exciting and they all are why we show up to work every day, because we enjoy this stuff. But that's a heavy number.
That's a lot.
And we've got a great team. I mean, we've got a great team that we've trained some of them, and they're great. And we are all working well, but if we lose somebody, it's one piece of our well-oiled machine. And everybody is running critical. But we're all on board. Everybody's just excited as us, which is, it's a great team. And we've got a lot of work to do.
It's a good segue to your next slide.
And that's exactly where I was going. So, we kept one of our interns from 2023 and she's been on a limited duration. She's an engineering specialist. Like I said, we need to keep everybody on our team. So we've asked to keep our engineering specialist to continue to carry the workload that we've got coming ahead of us. You take one of those pieces of our puzzle out and it's critical.
We have, outside of the three of us, which sometimes we're able to run projects, sometimes we're taken up with other things. There's 6 people that are gonna run those $125 million.
Wow.
6 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
A
the
lot.
3 of us leading on top of that, so kind of 9 people that are somewhat responsible for all of that. But those other 6 are the primary responsibility, and one of them is that person, which is T, if you've met her. She's helped with our water service line inventory. Yeah, she's as a recent graduate, and we kept her on this year as she was looking for work and was interested in staying, and we had definite need for that. And I think it would be a great person to keep on with all the work that we have going. Didn't do my math. What's 125 million divided by 6?
We were at,
That's about 20 million a person, if you want to look at it that way. That's a lot of weight.
And that's just what's in this biennium. It's also all the planning for future CIP projects, which, we may not be 125 million, but it's going to be more than 25. Any concerns about this additional staff member or maintaining, because she's overhired right now in a limited duration?
So is her salary 70% of the 322?
Yeah, and that's a 2-year salary.
Yeah.
161.
Yeah. Wow. It's not much compared to what she's gonna have to do, but I'm not saying a word.
And our engineering specialists have got the lowest level of engineering.
Yeah, because they're
position.
just, it's entry level, right?
She has a year of experience.
Yeah.
after.
Wow.
And, to Lisa's point earlier, engineering, getting engineers and retaining engineers is one of the hardest positions the city can recruit.
Police officer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is right up there with police officers.
Wow.
The niche.
Glad she wants to stay,
so am I.
Because
She came in as an intern and we've worked on training her and I've been mentoring her. She's got a large capacity for work. She just keeps asking for more and more projects and more work. And I keep on growing her and she's.
Good.
that is great.
Especially an engineer you can talk to.
Nice.
It's yours.
Wonderful.
Here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wow, are we actually wrapping up? A little bit. Exciting. It's been a great day, though. Difficult choices. So this is just kind of a summary of those the green lined slides that you've seen earlier in the presentation. Just give you a one-off location. We've got our handheld radios. We talked about the chip seal program going to 15 years rather than how it's currently budgeted as 30 years. We talked about the overlay program and how it's very, a very useful thing. But one that we haven't funded in the past, or we pulled back in the past because we needed to. The Hunt Avenue reconstruction, which is something that this group decided, asked us to take a look at and put some numbers to, that was for design and construction. You know, I mentioned that because we could look at just doing design in this biennium if it's a lower amount. It adds a project to our list, design project. But it also would be, if you really wanted to do something, that would be something reasonable. It's, I shudder about adding another project to our list because of how long it is already, especially if we're looking to do design and construction on that. But I think one option would be looking at design if that's something, this depends on all of your competing. So we know that you have a lot of financial decisions to make. And then the West Valley sidewalks, that one is definitely one that we look at and say, well, we have a failing sidewalk. What are we gonna do with that? I just can't get grants for that. There's just nobody out there who's gonna grant fund you a sidewalk repair. And because of the need for retaining walls, it's just really, really pricey and inconvenient. So it's a real unfortunate situation there.
So as a reminder, these items are gonna come back to you towards the end of the budget process, as well as a number of other items. Right now, if you look at our financial forecast, a lot of these are general fund items, there are some utility costs associated with at least the Hunt Avenue reconstruction, but largely general fund. So you know that we have a little bit of wiggle room in the general fund model. We're gonna have more wiggle room because of the utility tax abatement changes that council passed this week. That being said, you're gonna continue to see more and more competing interests of things that are legitimately good for the community and needed. And at some point, we're gonna be asking you to give some staff some direction on, do you want us to explore something like a transportation benefit district? Not maybe at the end of this year, but early next year, that will give us some dedicated street funding. Puyallup City Council is in the middle of considering a TBD. Gig Harbor already just passed one, I think about a year ago. Edgewood already has one, Fife has one. Those cities also have red light or speed cameras on top of it that are dedicated street revenue. That's how other cities are handling this need. It's something for future consideration and just would like you to think about, and we can have further discussions towards the end of October.
Like, for me, I would like to get something done over at Hunt Avenue, cause I just know that whole area on the west side of Traffic Avenue has been kind of ignored. And I mean, I know when we were talking about the parking garage or things with the, station, that, we realized that there's really needs to be some improvements in that area. I mean, there's no side or very little sidewalks, and like Hunt Avenue is, I mean, Washington Street has issues. Well, it's not really, I think, well maintained, and I just think at some point, as we try to respect and value all of our citizens, that we need to kind of look at least getting it on the list. So that's just my input.
We definitely agree that Hunt is in need of repair.
Yeah.
Replacement or whatever it happens to be when you decide how to handle it. But yeah, that'll be a decision for, well, we'll take that direction.
And that's just one week.
When do we, it'd be nice to see the funding options side by side at some point. I would love to see that, because I think that the TBD is interesting, and then like just a standard bond, or like a one that we don't have to go to the voters is also kind of intriguing to see how that works, and then to see just because I think if you look at the debt service and compare that, and then I am in favor of, I think that the streets are pretty important, and some of the stuff catching up, I'd like to see the streets and the and the police. I'd like to support those. They're pretty important, I think, to the community. But I'm just curious how the funding looks on that and different options. I think we have the golf course sale. We haven't talked about that yet, but there's lots of money. We have to finalize our decision. We have a resolution on a couple of chunks of money. I don't know if that comes up later, I think, right?
Yeah, so as part of the operations facility, when we approve an ordinance for us to go out and seek a bond, we are exploring either a companion resolution or something in the recitals that would deal with how do we anticipate to fund the general fund portion of the operations facility, which we've been operating under the assumption for many years now that that is likely going to be golf course sale proceeds, right? So we don't incur general fund debt. Council could always still finish that, but that's the recommendation. So that would take up a chunk of the golf course one-time money. The other project that we've been encouraging council before they allocate more golf course sale funds is the White River Restoration Project. Get that substantially out to bid and at least the phases, because there's multiple phases there, so we know how much general fund dollars or golf course sale proceeds may have to go into that project to top it off. We don't know entirely. It did contemplate golf course sale proceeds. 20 million is what the council a number of years ago thought it would take. We think it's closer to 10 now, and maybe hopefully it'll be less than that. So. But yeah, and eventually that there's gonna be some money left over that council's gonna have to decide how to allocate.
Right, and that's coming, this is all going through the funds and looking at the budget for the costs. And then we come back later and decide how to fund, what we're gonna do with different ways of funding it. Is that a separate type of deal?
Yeah, so there's two answers to that question. We're gonna bring you everything that's not funded, that the executive department cut, that we feel that there's probably some merit or at least requires some discussion on. Then council will have a decision. Do you want to try to fund it through the existing revenue streams? Do you want to explore new revenue streams? Or do you want to use some of that one-time revenue? Staff's recommendations, do not touch that one-time revenue right now, because we don't know how much of it we're going to need to do the projects that are already in the pipeline.
So that's why I asked the process question the other night. I mean, if I was gonna capture this for me, the way I'm thinking, and I might be all wrong, so you have to correct me if I'm wrong. But that's why I asked, how's this been vetted so far? So I'm feeling like all this stuff's gonna be brought to us. And this is the list of, yes, these are all critical projects that need to get done, and here's how they're gonna get funded. Or there might need to be a little funding, right? Got to fill in the limp inside. Then, like that sheet that's up there right now, this is the stuff, again, that's been vetted that, don't know if we necessarily can do it right now. It may not be the highest priority. Or like Barb just said, well, we want to look at Hunt Avenue and somehow we want to get it in there, but this is how it would get funded. So I think at the very end, we're going to get a long difficult choices list. And again, this is just me on the process. We're going to get a long difficult choices list. And then we're going to look at things like, okay, how could we fund that? If we go through everything and we say that Hunt Avenue reconstruction is really key, I agree with you. I think that side of town's been forgotten. Their sewers, I don't mean this derogatorily, but the sewer system's failing. We already saw that.
Yeah.
And we had the two ladies come in here a few months back that said, hey, our road's just almost as bad as Washington Street. And oh, by the way, we don't have a sidewalk, you know? So we might have to say, well, what can we do from a manpower perspective, lady power, you know what I'm talking about, perspective, that we could actually build a plan to maybe get that done. And oh, by the way, we got to pull the money from here if we can't get grants. So that's, I think, how this process works, so there's critical things that we're seeing that have to be done. That wastewater treatment dryer has to be done. Okay, so what I'm kind of doing as we're going through this is I'm kind of putting them in a list of prioritization. And I'm kind of not, but I'm kind of going, oh, that's that. And these guys have already vetted all that. So for me right now, I'm in full agreement with what I've seen as of today, knowing that on this difficult choices, there might be one or two things that we may say, hey, we got to throw this in the loop because the town's growing so fast that if we don't take care of our streets, the Sawtooth, I mean, which street do we do first? So that's kind of where I'm at process wise. That's how I kind of see this working out. Is that accurate?
It's absolutely accurate. I'll just say, the things that are up here, like chip seal and overlay, those are policy decisions by council.
Yep.
Right? It's a policy to be on a 15-year goal. Right now, we thought we were on a 15-year goal, but due to crazy cost inflation, you're on a 30-year.
Right,
So do you want to maintain a 15-year?
Right.
That's the policy question.
so,
How do you do it?
so we'll see it. And then we can talk about those various ways of funding it. Without
Still
going
figure
broke.
it out, yeah, and I'm just trying to figure out which things to ask right now, so. that-
No, I think it's good. I think we're not the only ones. So Jeff and I were on that meeting today around the, whatever it is. What's that meeting, Jeff?
RTC.
Thanks. And well, I was watching it. Okay, thank you. All these acronyms already. And so we were, and was it, who was it? They are so stressed out trying, DuPont.
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 Was the same thing. They're talking about having to raise user fees and taxes and revenues to cover all their expenditures.
Just to survive, because the cost of inflation and the cost of doing everything. And I think that's going to be our biggest challenge to explain to the general public here. Most people understand it, but it costs money to run a city. Plain and simple. So the money's got to go to running the city, right? I mean, we can't be out buying apples if we need something else. So yeah, it's not just us. This is very interesting.
We'll say, we are in a better position than most of our cities right now, than most of our neighboring cities. But I think a lot of that is caused by intentional decisions by council, some positive, some negative, that affected deferred maintenance.
Mhm.
And those are catching up to us rapidly. So at some point, it's time to hit those head on.
But I do think, I would offer this up as well. I do think the city and the administration and the people look ahead. I mean, it's a really great operating wheel here in this town, from what I can see. And I go out and consult with a lot of different businesses and cities. And this is a well-greased machine. So it's through all the efforts here, that I think that the city is in a good place. So,
Part of me thinks like, I don't know how the city does when they put extra cash, if you're able to invest it. I'm making like 5%, 4.5% in a CD. And I think I'm just trying to figure out like, what's the best way to steward this cash from the golf course? Cause I think you could say, hey, let's get a loan and pay 3.8%. And then you bank it for a while, earn some money, and then just kind of waiting to see cause I don't think you have to make all the decisions right off the bat with that money. So I do think if the idea of having a little bit of your cash flow going out, catching up on some projects and just kind of waiting to see how things go, get through the White River project. To me, there's some of that stuff, having that like liquidity.
I don't disagree with
value.
you.
I'm just trying to think, that's what I'm thinking through is like there is a time where when inflation happens, debt gets cheaper. So like you're actually, that the benefit of the people who benefit from inflation are the people who have a lot of debt because their debt it stays the same.
In my mind, though, I think we have an industry expert. I think she's still sitting back here. And so, I just go, what are your thoughts? And then she says, blah, blah, blah. And I say, I think you're right on. Because that's what she does, right? I don't even balance our checkbook. Juan does all that crap, so.
So if I could have Cassandra just speak to the current fund 004, which is the golf course sale proceeds, we are doing something active. So go ahead.
So when we closed on the sale of the golf course, council authorized the creation of a new fund. So we're tracking those monies in its own discrete kind of set of accounting accounts. That's Fund 004, and that'll be coming to you in October for review. So all of the proceeds were deposited in Fund 004. It's called a capital reserve fund. And Councilmember Elfers, you're exactly right. We want to be sure that we're maximizing what we're able to do with that money while it's kind of sitting waiting to be allocated and used. As a municipality, we have a lot of limitations in what we're allowed to invest in by RCW. And it's very limited. We're really limited down to the local government investment pool, which is managed by the state, is managed by the treasurer. Some very limited CDs, a little bit of some more complicated investment instruments, and treasuries. Treasuries are a little bit difficult because right now, to get a good rate on a treasury instrument, you have to commit out to really 2 to 3+ years, and it impacts your liquidity. We have moved all but about $2 million up to the local government investment pool. The rates on the return pretty much track the treasury, and we have 100% liquidity. So we're able to access those funds with like a 24-hour notice. We're keeping them right there so that we're still gaining interest on those while we are waiting for how they're going to be allocated and applied.
But did I hear you say that they have to be allocated and applied to specific things? Do they? Do those funds have to be allocated to specific things?
Well, they do. So even though they were proceeds of the sale of a capital asset,
Right.
they fall under the exact same rules as anything else. The use of them has to be appropriated and authorized by city council.
Got it.
What type of treasury is that follow? The 1 or 5 year, the 1 year, what is it?
It depends. Right now our rates, and I get to you with the specifics. I want to say we're earning, the last one was just around 5%.
Okay.
So we're getting a good return. So the only way to get anything better, frankly, is by going out and putting in a ladder that ties up the cash for anywhere between 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, the July, it's like $26 billion are sitting in the
Yeah.
investment pool, and it's
It's not all.
it's getting a little bit over 5% currently.
Mm.
As of July, that was the last reporting date, so.
Yeah.
It's not awful for that level,
Yeah.
like Cassandra said, to be able to get it so quickly.
But I think what I heard us say earlier was that there was an assumption that those proceeds would be used for the,
Public Works facility.
yes,
Facility and then some for White River.
Yeah.
yeah,
So in 2021, I believe, council passed 2 resolutions.
Mhm.
And it was resolutions of intent because they're not binding. We didn't have the money at the time, so council couldn't pass an ordinance to
Mhm.
allocate those funds. But the resolutions of intent, one was for $10 million to the operations facility,
Mhm.
and the second was $20 million to White River. Well, as time has gone on and project costs have gone up, the need is actually almost exactly the opposite.
Mhm.
As you recall, the operations facility is about 28 million, if I remember, general fund costs, and the White River, we're hoping that we can continue to be successful with grants and, keep that to $10 million or less of golf course sale proceeds. We'll see where things really come out as the rubber meets the road when you bid it,
Right.
right? And that's the unknown. We're gonna be putting the operations facility out to bid
October 16th.
in just a couple weeks. We're gonna have one of the big numbers done soon. The significant portion of the White River Restoration Project goes out to bid early next year.
Got it. Okay. All right.
Anything else before we move on to the next section? It's a short section. Perfect. So that's good.
I'm smiling, so.
I've been smiling the whole time. That's the problem. Utility rates. So since we had all this wonderful time, we wanted to at least touch on this. It's not something that you won't hear again, but hopefully we can whet your appetite and go from there. But just to give you an update. So back in 2023, we did a utility rate study. Consultant came in, it was FCS that was selected to do that study. They look at, we typically do this every 2 years. They look at our water, sewer, storm utilities, look at our capital improvement plan for what we're planning on doing over the next 20 years. They forecast what our rates should be based on our operating expenses and our capital expenses and all that. And they distill it down to, well, what should we be doing with our rates? So that happened last year. They recommended, here's a water revenue requirement forecast. They recommended rate increases of 4% in 2024 and 4% in 2025. So at the time, we'll go through each of the other utilities, but they recommended those for water. We said, thank you very much. They also projected out all the way to 2029 so that we can kind of see what the overall trend was, but council and staff recommends and council decides what those rate increases shall be. So staff recommended 4, that was agreed to by council and approved. So that's what went into effect in 2024. Sometimes we'll do both years at the same time. But last year, we said there was a lot of, I think, concern about a number of factors, including senior discounts was a discussion topic. And other potential affordability, low income sort of discounts as part of utility rates. And so we said, okay, well, let's just pass 2024 and then deal with you know, what we want to impose in 2025 now. Because then we'll have more information and we'll probably have that whole senior discount and low income discount figured out by now. Well, that didn't happen. It is being figured out, but as part of the comp plan process, that kind of muddled things because the comp plan planned other things and we have new housing requirements and really that is now driving some of that conversation. Some of the output from the comp plan discussions is going to say, well, we need to do incentivizing either, you know, lower income households. And this may be one of the tools that is used for that. So really the whole analysis of senior discounts and low income discounts was kind of pushed off to say, well, we really need to have the comp plan approved and then we can have that analysis. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's fair. I will say we ran into some data quality issues. I think we worked through those. We do plan on bringing back for discussion in late October, some discussion about senior discounts that are tied to their property tax status with Pierce County. So if you're receiving the property tax discount through the county, either for being senior or disabled, that there might be a way that we can offer a discount to those residents on the utility bills. The other thing that FCS was really looking at was billing methodology. Right now, we have a base fee and that accounts for first, Jeff, 7? Sewer is 5. So yeah, it counts for a certain base. We're meeting with FCS in about a week and a half, and they're gonna present some changes to that might change. So if you're a lower water user or lower sewer user, which affects, well, your sewer bill set by your water usage. If you're at lower water usage, maybe it'd be more of a tiered system. If you use a lot of water, it'd be more. Yeah, so that would also then benefit those that maybe are senior but don't get the property tax discount, but they use less money, right? So we're gonna be bringing that back to you, but we're comfortable, and so is FCS, that in 25, keep it 4%, and then when we do the rate model next year, based on whatever changes, if council makes the changes to change how we bill or offer discounts, it'll cover itself and come out in the wash in 26.
And one thing to remember is that we do our rate analysis every 2 years. Other municipalities do this rate analysis sometimes every 5 to 10 years. So I really like the cycle that we have. It makes sure that we stay kind of real crisp with our numbers as opposed to letting it languish and then, oh no, we've got a big problem. So that's what's really great about FCS. So even if we, you know, however it pans out, we know we're going to be having another utility rate analysis by the middle of next year. We'll be pretty much into that. So if there are changes or just whatever happens with those issues specifically, it'll be time to address that and things will readjust. So it keeps it really crisp. But in the meantime, going with 4% for water, which was their recommendation last year. We're planning on just recommending that for council to approve starting January 1st. Sewer, same thing, they had recommended 4.5. We recommend 4.5 as well. You can see it kind of drops off a little bit in the out years based on their current schedule. Yep.
So the dotted line and the straight line. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So existing, we didn't increase the rates at all. It would follow that solid line. And if we increase it, it should stay on the top. That's what that means.
Right. So that solid line is if you just didn't touch rates at all. Eventually you can, our rising costs over time are gonna eventually start catching up and eclipsing the solid line. And so that dashed line keeps us on a better trajectory.
And that light color is the capital projects that is it how you spend the money, or is it you just accrue the money every year? And how does that capital available for capital, that just means that's just money that is excess that we can use for projects that we can borrow money for projects?
Yeah, that keeps
So it
us,
pays for itself.
keeps us current.
Right, and the debt service has gone up quite a bit since like 2023. It looks like the debt service is doubling. Is that because they're expecting us to borrow money there, or?
Yep.
Are we expecting to borrow money, or is that just the rate study expecting us to borrow money?
Well, that's your dryer on this one. That's Public Works Trust Fund loan or some other bond.
Got it.
That's the new debt. That's why you see it going up. But if you look in like 23, that is a ecology loan, correct, Cassandra, for the treatment plant expansion from 2012?
Yes.
So that's paying off other debt that we've.
So it's based on, they had information when they did the study. Or did you do this, or did the FCS did this?
FCS did this.
But they knew the debt we already had, and they knew that we were gonna get some more.
Yeah, as part of the data collection, when we work on those rate studies, we provide them all of our amortization schedules for all standing debt. And then they plug in any estimated debt service for new issues.
Am I correct in my thinking that our hope and goal is that it can continue to pay for itself? The sewer revenue would pay for all the sewer needs, basically, when we look at
If it
it.
didn't, then you'd be looking at new debt or
Right.
general fund contribution to pay for it.
Right, so we're just trying to keep ahead of the game.
And I believe this model included the debt for the operations facility as well. Do you remember?
I
Believe
How
think
much,
so.
how much debt? Was it assuming a certain amount of debt, or?
Well, it assumes the sewer portion of it. 'Cause remember, operation is split basically 4 ways.
Divvy it up.
Because we didn't do a resolution to use any of the golf course money for any of the utilities. It was just the general fund portion in the White River.
Correct.
So then everything would be borrowed, assuming we're borrowing everything for the, okay,
Mhm.
just,
Yep.
okay, that's
You
helpful.
got it.
But if we don't raise these rates, we're gonna be in the negative.
In the red.
You're gonna eventually, yeah, those lines are gonna.
Yeah,
Start
they'll
getting
cross and
eclipsed.
that dotted line will.
The policy question seems to me like, how much do you kind of stay at the top of that light color, and then, or how much you stay close to the debt service number and then borrow money when you need it versus just how much of a margin do you create for yourself, right? That seems like the policy choice, is that?
Not exactly, because you have to have some, that light capital, you have to have some of that
Something.
always available,
yeah.
right? So if you don't, then yes, you do borrow, but then that just pushes that orange line up
Right.
and still you're eclipsed by.
I-
Never catch up.
Yeah, I would think the intent would be to not borrow. You want it to pay for itself.
You want to stay in the black.
Yeah.
Not going to red.
And if you do borrow, it just pushes that orange line up, which still then affects your
Yeah,
rates.
Then the rates go up.
And you're gonna have to do more dramatic rate increases when you borrow to get the debt service covered.
And if all the interest.
Yeah.
You're gonna spike it up.
And a project like the dryer is one of those where you look at it and say, this is something that's worthy of borrowing for. Kind of a large capital expense. It can be part of the rate model for years to come. That's what we've done in the past with our upgrades,
Yes.
Talk about an upgrade, it's usually adding a major capital
Right.
piece to the puzzle.
Really, the intent of borrowing, especially when in the utility funds, is to spread out the cost. You're still building in the full cost into your rates. You're just, it's a cash flow mechanism.
But if you raise your rates, your cash to cash conversion is gonna keep you ahead of the acceleration of the payment.
Yes.
Okay.
These are great questions. I'm really pleased that you guys are having this level of discussion. It shows that you guys are engaged in your understanding the complexities. So thank you.
I mean, I understand the borrowing aspect of it. I just, for me, I've always wanted to, having taken companies in the red and pulling them up into the black and given 2 years or less to do it. I'm really big on this, but then spreading it out over time, or like you said, on major capital investments, you spread that over time and you look at the interest rate and you weigh it against what it costs if something like that dryer goes down. So that's a key critical criteria in my mind. What does that do to us if it goes down? Then it makes it worth going to borrow the money
Yes.
at the right interest rate, right? So I just want to clarify, I was thinking correctly on this chart.
And the capital, you know, how do we get to the capital, right? That is
Mhm.
kind of historic capital raised a little bit, you know, it's accelerated a little bit every single year. And it's also for what we know is coming on capital projects
Mhm.
in the future.
But you don't know what mandates. I'm just actually when we're
Yeah, you
talking
still
about
don't know
this.
the mandates. I mean, that's not even factored into this.
Yeah, this is just forecasted
What we know
expense
today.
that has to go out.
Does it include things like all of our vehicles being EV? Is that included in this model? Cause that, nobody can afford that. It doesn't make any sense. So it's, that's just like, it's still fairy tale still, but we're hoping somebody comes up with
This
a
is,
real.
this is the best case scenario, but yeah, it could definitely be worse if
Yeah.
we had mandates that are unknown to us at this time. The good news is with those mandates, usually we're given a number of years to comply, so that gets us through another rate study to figure it out.
Hopefully our vehicle fleet is replaced over time as opposed to,
Mhm. One big
Yeah.
hit.
but if it does happen over time, then, you know, that would take it into the, it is built into the model to have some vehicle replacement, so.
That's good.
So sewer, we're looking at four, so water was 4, sewer is 4.5. And then storm
Six.
is we are we are at the 6%. Yeah, we got, probably take that other line off, but
That debt service, is that the big project we're doing, that debt service in 2027,
Mhm.
that's going to be the,
White River?
it's probably like the operations.
The
facility.
operations facility.
operating-
Yeah. So it's taking on that debt.
And-
Quite the bump.
Yeah, and remember, can you go back to the storm real quick, or the sewer? Sewer, you're at 5, 10, 15 on your horizontal access. On storm, you're at 2, 4, 6, 8, so.
So it just,
It's just your eyes.
Yeah.
It's the graph plane.
it's
tricks on
because the storm budget is so much smaller. It's, you know, you're not, you know, it brings it, you know, on a monthly basis, you know, it's $15 to $20 somewhere in there per property, whereas you're seeing getting a much higher rate. And you'll see that in the next slide.
Okay.
So here's your combined residential bill forecast. So for 2025, you know, the average residential bill with using 700 cubic feet of water, it's a pretty average number. For 2025, it's $46.90. Your sewer bill is $88.28, and your storm bill is only $19. So that's why we're seeing that fluctuation. It's a smaller fund, but still with a big burden for that operations facility. So your total monthly bill right now is $147. We're looking at $154 a month. Increase of $6 or 4.6% over the prior year. So that's what these recommended rates put in there. And then if you project that out over the next few years, you're looking at, you know, kind of regular rate increases of around 4%. You know, we're looking at pretty consistent model. We're looking at pretty consistent effect to you know, residents as opposed to, you know, wild swings or something like that. So we like that. Also, the system development charges below, we're just bringing up that these are what they are today. We are we're not recommending any proposed changes. That those proposed changes went into effect last year. Actually, there was kind of a lowering in general of those SDCs if you went back. But they will just increase at the standard inflationary rate, which is applied on October 1st every year. So there's no council action needed for that. That's just built in the code. But we're recommending just to leave it the way it is and wait for the next rate model to look at system development charges. Any questions on this? I've got one more slide, I think.
I did have one more question.
Okay.
So on the debt service, since that's such a big part of the growth, are we assuming 20, there's 3 different amortizations, they said like a 20, 25 or 30, was there 3 different ones? What did we assume on this, do you know?
I'm not sure what was assumed by FCS at the time and our numbers. Was it?
It's a flat dollar amount, and then we'll have to true it
Yeah.
up once we issue the debt,
I'm-
because there's too many
yeah.
variables at the time.
We're gonna find out a lot when we go to bid this project. We'll actually have a number that we need to actually bond.
I'd love to know, as we do that, I was like actually looking at that and I was like, huh, like I feel like we've I don't know what the standard is with other, what the pros and cons are on some of these decisions, but it's nice to look at the stormwater, you're probably thinking most of that's White River, or most of it's like the facility. And you're not gonna do, and your bond is, if it's 20 years, then it drops off, maybe the rates can come down again or something like that, but. If just that, like, what is the right way to do the length of time is just a question in my mind, so.
And that's, if you remember when Mr. Traeger was here, with D.A. Davidson, that's one of the questions that we'll have, just from a policy standpoint. And we're kind of waiting until we get that bid on whether we do a 20, 25 or 30-year issue. So
Yeah.
it's a good question.
I understand, and I was trying to figure out pros and cons, cause it's just a little different than getting a loan in your house, it's like other people, so it's just
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out how to decide that, so if you guys have any.
So will that decision be based on the amount? Is that what you're saying? You do 20 or 25?
Help.
So making the decision between 20, 25 and 30, each of them is gonna have kind of a different interest rate kind of window. You're gonna pay a different interest rate depending on how long you want to take it out. A lot of it is going to depend on really council's preference for, and kind of your comfort level in the policy of where you're comfortable in that interest rate range. Whether or not you're looking at a 20, a 25 or a 30-year issue. And then depending on the bid, that's also gonna give us the information on the affordability of what that debt service looks like at those different terms at 20, 25 and 30. And that's something that our financial placement agent will kind of give us those examples and sample amortization schedules at each one of those terms.
And then we'll compare that to the rate model, what we
Yes.
assumed in the rate model for the debt service payment
Right.
each year.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
And so, and that's the man that was here.
Yes.
Okay. And how long's he been doing this?
Long time.
40 years, you said?
Seemed like a long time.
So he's seen a lot of cycles in the economy.
Been in government for 28 and he probably had a decade in before I
Right.
started.
Okay, so this would be good. It's just,
And he works primarily with local municipalities. He's on the team for the libraries issue that they're getting ready to send out. He's very, very knowledgeable about not only the federal market, but our local, getting down into the granular of this area. So,
nice. And I really wasn't trying to be flippant with that, but I mean, just given the economy, it's good that somebody with some experience is actually looking at it,
100%.
in my opinion, right? So that's good to know. Okay.
We're probably gonna have more questions eventually. Part of the things, you take the 30-year amortization and you just sock away some money or you pay extra, because I feel like there's ways to just like accelerate it, because your prepayment was like you said, you get punished if you pay it off earlier than 10 years. There's it's a good chunk of time for their investors, but I think at some point you say, hey, if this is such a big portion of our utility rates, and anyways, just the planning, I'm just curious what the thoughts are.
I think
Good.
what you'll see though is your M and O and your capital is gonna far outpace any debt service. It's gonna grow a lot faster. So, yes, it's a big chunk now, but as you get 10, 15 years out, the M and O and your capital is just, it's growing way faster than any sort of debt.
Well, and that's what I was wondering when these consultants, kind of did this, I'll call it this rate study, where the economy was then versus where it's at today. I mean, because things are just jumping in leaps and bounds. And so you made the comment of, well, you said we'd sit on this and wait for the next rate study. And so my kind of question in my head was, can we afford to sit on it? I mean, I'm going to defer to you because you guys have made a logical decision with a lot more information than I have, right? But the pace in which the economy is growing bothers me some days on our ability to keep up.
So-
That's all.
Go back.
Yeah.
I think it's important to know we do this every 2 years, so there's not a lot of variability.
Okay.
But we have not always followed it, right? Because of the economy today.
Mhm.
If you look back in 2024 on this slide right here, you can see that FCS back in 2022 thought, oh, you're gonna need a 3% in 24.
Mhm.
Or, sorry, it's actually the water one.
Stormwater or water revenue?
I don't know if we have it still on here because we probably simplified it.
Yeah, we did some, so
Just explain it. It's okay.
We intentionally raised rates higher than what the rate model said.
Okay.
And we did that knowing that, inflation was off the charts. It
Outpacing.
was way outpacing everything.
Mhm,
So we
mhm.
went above and beyond. And that was that was staff saying, we don't necessarily believe what the study says,
Yeah.
even though it's only a year old. We think you need to go higher. And
Right.
thank goodness we did, because that hedged it for the out years.
Right,
We wouldn't be looking at a 4.6 now. We'd probably be looking at
7.
5 to 7.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because of that.
Yeah, okay.
And now, while we still see inflation, it does seem like it has subsided a smidge since last year.
Mhm.
So, it does feel like we feel relatively comfortable that it's not, we're not in a hyperinflation environment. Things are kind of settling
Okay.
and now we're gonna see what happens next, I suppose, but with what we know today, this seems like a very reasonable route to go. We did kind of we built in a bump for inflation.
Mhm.
That got kind of brought into the last rate model and their rate study analysis, so it feels like we can kind of not rest, but at least
Mhm.
not look at a hyperinflation environment.
But not react.
Yeah,
I mean, you can just sit
we
stable
could,
for a
we
bit.
could, the reaction is to just be stable at the moment and then react next year. We'll have a lot more information too in a fresh rate model to look at.
Nice.
We're excited about that.
Thank you.
And again, 5 to 10 years, many cities go before they pull their rate model back out. So it's good that we are
Mhm.
even with a every 2 years staying very
Mhm.
crisp.
Yeah, we got on a 2-year rate model because we had waited 5, 10 years ago, and then it was 2013 or 14, we were looking at double-digit increases to utility rates because of that delay.
And I like Andy's questions because for me personally, it's educational to get the input because I'm sure Cassandra is listening to the questions and is gonna talk to the finance guy. Because the questions are coming your way, so now we'll get to see it. So that'll be good to see how they balance things out.
I haven't asked a question, but I do know that interfund loans are kind of a thing sometimes. I don't know if that is a option on something too, or if it's even a good idea, or if I don't know how the cash balances, I haven't looked at them real close, but if that's an option on some of this stuff to kind of,
Mhm.
we're like, hey, we have a project, we have a lot of money in this fund. But we can, I don't know, I know that's a thing that gets done. I don't know if it's something that we've done or if we need to do it or what the pluses. I just think I just want to make sure we have the conversation about the options, like in addition to the TBD
Right,
kind of stuff.
exploring the options and knowing what the outcome is of the options.
Yeah.
For me.
So we've used interfund loans in the past. Typically what happens is, and exactly as you said, a fund may have additional resources that are available for use. Can loan them on a short-term basis to a fund that has an immediate need. They are authorized by city council and they are authorized by ordinance. It's set with a repayment schedule. Usually tag it with an interest rate similar to LGIP, just to be sure that the lending fund is still getting the benefit it would have had if it hadn't lent out those funds. And kind of the limiting factor with an interfund loan is the auditor really does look at the timing of them. They're designed for a very short-term immediate need. Generally 3 years is the max an auditor wants to see an interfund loan go out. We've had them go out as long as 5 years, but at 5 years, we start getting, hey, is this really an interfund loan or is this a subsidy? And so it's something that we have to be cautious about, so. But it is a tool out there. It's great for short-term items. We just have to use them thoughtfully.
So a little bit of, well, what are our neighbors doing and how do we feel about this? The 4% or so that we're talking about increasing, and this is a chart that if you've been a part of the process, you've seen before many a time. It's kind of a desirable one to look at. We did update this. I did update the rates for other cities. We had a lot of 2023 rates before, but you can see what we're looking at for R24 and then also the R25 proposed rates, which is what we just looked at on the previous slide, the 147.90 and the 154.64. But looking at not our competition, but at least our neighbors, what are they paying? And we have seen some increases in some of those neighbors. in the last couple of years, specifically Fife kind of was a eye popper for me. They really hopped up there because they weren't anywhere near the top before, and now they are. Bonnie Lake did look at ways to try to reduce the impact of their sewer, and that is reflected there. So they were able to find a way that their council was comfortable with. Pierce County is also Pierce County, I say it's really Milton. Milton has serviced by Pierce County for wastewater. But they've, you can see some of those popped above us. Buckley and Eatonville and Puyallup and Enumclaw are still below us, but you can kind of see the spread. We're not at the top, we're not at the bottom. I've also often gotten questions about Puyallup, so I did a little bit more research on Puyallup. And they did a rate model, rate study a couple of years ago, and found that they were behind. And that the way that they would like to catch up was through a 5-year catch-up plan. So they're, I think, in year 2 or 3 of their catch-up plan that ends in 2027. Their number by the time 2027 rolls around with the catch-up plus inflationary costs is what their plan is. So their catch-up gets them to about where we are right now at the time 2027 rolls around. So and then they have inflation on top of that. So I feel like we're in a pretty good position in relation to where they're going. Maybe not where they are today, but they didn't want to probably shock their residents with a lot of real serious bumps. So this is where we're at in relation to other cities, kind of, especially around us. So that's really the end of our presentation. I didn't know if you've had any questions that you've been holding back. It feels like we've had a great conversational nature to this, but we're happy to answer anything beyond we've already talked through. Anything that we missed or left on the table or that you're curious about?
Really wanted to see that last slide you did with the cities and see what it looked like last year, because I remember I don't know what government. I don't know if that's easy to find or not.
It's one that we could pull and provide later, I'm sure.
Yeah, so you'll see all those utility rate slides again when we bring it back towards the end of October. Because your utility rate adoption is set for the first regular meeting in November.
So we can bring that back to you if you're interested in seeing what that looked like prior to.
It'd be kind of cool to see, because I know last year you said, well, we're expecting people to change, and so I'm curious. I think we were kind of in the middle last year. So I think we probably stayed there. Got a good friend who's on the Enumclaw City Council, and he's really proud that he was telling me what ours was, and I was wondering if
Theirs has been pretty consistent from what we saw. They didn't really bump a lot of their rates, but a lot of the other ones have caught on that. Yeah, actually, rate increases are important to keep up with your inflation. Depends on, I guess, mentality and what you want to do, how you want to maintain your infrastructure.
I was wondering if Ryan had any insight into why Bonnie Lake sewer rates are quite high.
They,
In respect to the other cities.
so a lot of why their rates on sewer are so much higher is that their base fee is much higher. And that base fee, as we all know, when you set rates, that base fee is what you're setting because it's constant and it's going to ensure that it's taking care of your operations and maintenance. And because they are on the infrastructure side, responsible for one, making their payment down here.
Yeah.
And then 2, they have many more lift stations. They've got a bigger collection system. That base fee is higher to reflect that.
Oh, okay.
And that's really the big driver. Yeah, I don't know what they're at right now as far as rate increases or anything like that, but that's kind of the, the initial kind of.
Makes sense if they have a lot more up on their side of the hill to take care of.
And as
in
Mike,
addition to paying us.
yeah, as Michael said, I mean, the lift stations up there tend to be bigger. They've got a terrain that they need to actually pump over and get down, whereas here it's quite different. So it's just a more expensive utility to operate.
Their rates also include their utility tax on their water, sewer, and stormwater, and their utility tax is 12%. Compared to, for instance, ours is set at 6%. So they have a much higher utility tax rate as well.
I just was looking at the sewer section of that. So that makes.
Their utility taxes on water, sewer and storm.
Okay.
What's ours on?
Same,
Same.
it's just half of what they're.
Double.
Once again, thank you all for the
Yeah, thanks.
insightful discussion.
Thanks.
It's been
Great discussions today.
Good presentation. Thanks,
Yeah.
Zach. Thank you.
It's nice to know that.
I will adjourn this meeting at 4:42.